a lot of things to cover. We're going to talk about budget, operational budget, and capital projects. Anyway, but before we get going on that, we want to give some time to Cody Dieter, who wants to discuss some of the resolutions and so forth that we have in the RDA and give us some update on that. He has some other family
Yes.
obligations, and he's going to try to.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you moving that around for me. There are 3 resolutions that you will be considering tonight. 1 on the City Council and 2 for the RDA. And this relates to the solar project that's in Autoleaf's backyard. So that feeds power to Autoleaf. So when we created that last year, there was one step that we missed. And in order to correct that, we need to amend the interlocal cooperative agreement between the city and the RDA and between Box Elder County School District and the RDA. And these 3 resolutions do that. And basically what they do is instruct the county to trigger that RDA so that they can remit that increment back to you as the city and to Box Elder County School District. So once these resolutions are approved by the council and the RDA and the school district, we will send those to the county, and then 30 days later, you'll receive checks here at the RDA that can be remitted back to the city and to the school district. And I spoke to the school district earlier today, and they'll be considering it, their side of this, in their meeting next Wednesday. Yeah. So then it will be complete, and we won't have to do anything else after that. So, yeah. Any other questions I can answer for you? They're pretty straightforward.
I think we're good.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions?
I don't think the tax increment changed on it, right?
No, nothing changed. It really is just saying, make sure you remit what was collected, because it's already been paid. The solar, it's a personal property tax, so it's already been paid to the county. It's just sitting in their accounts, waiting to be distributed.
Okay.
Yep, so, okay, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, that was not worth.
Hopefully the rest of them can be that easy, right?
Thank you very much. All right, let's go ahead and have our operational budget discussion. Ask Curtis and Lindsay if they would lead this discussion for us, and I'm sure council will have lots of questions for them. So, Curtis?
Hey everyone, did you have a good last week? Last meeting? Or there was fun discussions on payroll and stuff like that. So operational budget wise, you've all had the budget in front of you. Can you go to page, where'd it go? So that's labeled as page 1. I'm looking for page 44. So right there down at the bottom. Yep, you were right, Cynthia. A little bit down, a little bit more. There you go, bottom of the line. So we talk a lot about what's the bottom line number for the general fund. Right now, excluding any transfers for capital needs, anything like that, 506,000 is that bottom line, that very bottom right corner, 506,145,000. That's revenues in excess of expenditures. However, as we've discussed in the past, if we want to allocate enough to replace police vehicles on a routine basis and start getting started on replacing others, we would need at least 500,000 put into line 1090949. So basically 2 lines up from the 1,000,006 going to the fire department. So that'd be the amount that we would need to fund into the vehicles fund for police vehicle replacements, which then leaves a whopping $6,000 to help fund future other capital needs.
What about replacing all the other vehicles too? Fire department, all that stuff, we're just
That's it.
That's it.
What we got.
That, under the current budget, that's what you have available. Now, we either go back through and reanalyze some revenues. We might be able to tweak the sales tax number just a little bit.
Do you feel like that
40,
number is
50,000.
going to be coming where the budget was, or do you feel like we might be a little north of that
For the sales tax.
tax?
Yeah, Lindsay and I looked at that last week. We got the property tax number in with what we think is gonna come through. You still haven't received that, right? Yeah, we had.
What did that number?
Let's just pop back to page 1, so page 4. So $3,360,000 is what we think they'll be
Which is up,
projecting as the
which is
revenues.
up, what, about
About a-
200,000 over last year?
It's about 100,000.
Was it?
Well, 3145 is what we budgeted last year, so 200 and some odd thousand.
It's up about that much.
Yeah.
I just got a question, so everybody else knows that. Why do them vehicles, why can't they just come out of capital on the other side?
Well, they can, but what we talked about was those vehicles have a life of about 5 years, and with the number of vehicles that they need, you'd be need to be set aside about 400,000 a year just for police vehicles in order to replace all the vehicles every 5 years. So
So that needs to be in the operational side.
if any one year we fail to set aside that amount, like last year we only set aside 100,000, it just makes that much less available in the capital 3-4 years from now.
And as soon as we determine that we do want to set aside capital for certain projects and allocate it to them, those would also show up here, right?
Well, that's the
With the whole
that's the
6,000
transfer amount that says,
yeah.
yeah, I want to transfer it over to put it into my savings,
Yeah.
so I'm ready to spend it from my savings at some future time frame.
Which right now there's 6 to deal with.
Yeah.
Okay, to even have that discussion.
After you transfer it, it's permanent. You can't pull it back again, right?
Into the general fund,
You take it out of the general fund and assign it to the police cars. You can't draw it back out again. It becomes,
To the general fund?
you can't, the council can make that decision. Us as city staff can't do that, but the city council, if you wanted to repurpose that money, you could. That's entirely a council decision. Generally, once it goes into vehicles, then we're gonna put it into the plan for what we've got available to replace vehicles. But yes, if the council in 2 years decide to repurpose that money, you have the capabilities of doing that.
I'm sorry, when we were talking about general property tax, I might have missed your, what is the growth, what is the growth amount? Did you say that you
Did it?
don't have an idea what that is?
We're spending so much money.
What we're projecting based off of preliminary amounts is that we think the county will be saying the revenues the city's able to collect would be 3.36. I have not received the calculation of what the growth amount
Oh,
is.
that was my question is.
We haven't seen those numbers yet.
We have not seen that yet. There was a preliminary idea that led to the 3.36, but we don't have anything official yet.
So with exception to the fire, we know what happened last year, right? We didn't technically have 2 million like we thought, because 600, was it 600? Was that the amount? Or
Yeah.
400?
So, 400.
It was 400, so we were technically at a 1.6, right? Was where we were operating at. And now we're at 6,000. Am I understanding that right?
Well, you're at 500, you're at 506.
500. Okay, so there's $1 million of operating budget increase if we just zoom all the way out and look at this apples to apples. Am I understanding that right? We've increased,
And/or reductions in revenues.
okay,
Remember, we've shifted some of the money that was for roads.
yes.
So before we had Class C
And that
money,
amount
RTF,
was-
and those amounts. And those have all slid over to the roads, that new roads fund that we're doing.
So that we're comparing apples to apples, that amount was, I'm trying to remember. I can go look it up.
0.2 or something, wasn't it?
29. Taking away $1 million in revenues, corresponding expenses. Wouldn't have been that much, because I don't have I have to look at the roads department last year. Yeah, I know.
It looks like the roads department has a revenue total of 1.2 million.
Yeah, but that's this current year. I've got to go back to last year's numbers to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. Because the current year would have,
Yeah, we structured that a little different.
after cemetery vehicles. That's part.
1060.
1060, thank you. Yeah, last year's budget would have been 850,000-ish. So you had over $1 million worth of revenues. 850 coming out, so there's another 150, probably $200,000 of that. So $800,000 worth of increases.
And the fire department last year was 630,900. 800 and 630, that's 1.5. That leaves us to 500,000 that we're talking about.
You're still kind of holding to 3.2 on the sales tax rate.
This is one Lindsay and I looked at. We're running a little bit ahead.
That's what I was gonna say. I think we're running a little ahead of that.
So the amounts that we received for March and April were lower, but the May amount came in a lot higher.
Yeah.
I was telling Lindsay the trend line is looking more like 2023 than it is 2024. So
I think I would, my opinion is that we need to be very conservative as it relates to projections of revenue. We don't want to allocate funds that aren't
Oh, no, I'm not.
next to guaranteed. I'm just making sure we're on the same page,
I'm
yeah.
not suggesting that.
Okay.
I'm just being, I feel like the 3.2 might be a little,
it could be low. I mean, I was telling Lindsay I could see us projecting 3.3 to 3.4, but I mean, you're starting to push that upper limit. It depends on how conservative you want to be on your revenue estimates.
I think what it comes down to, though, is there's a $800,000 difference between last year and this year in what we're asking for in expenses.
I mean, that's an unsustainable trend, right?
Absolutely.
So we need to be clear about the gap or the jump.
How difficult is it? How much time does this take to do a consolidated? It must take a lot of time. I mean, we're looking at 147 pages versus one page. I mean, you can clearly see what's going on when you're looking at this consolidated page, even though this is two meetings behind. I mean,
Yeah.
the operating budget was increased by one. We have a planning and zoning person that we've added at 120. I mean, this is where the differences are here. We've added 353 to the police for salaries. This is where that 1.5 is gone. It's worked within the budget here.
Technically the 800.
There's emergency management at 36,800. was increased. Building inspection increased by 72,000. I mean, when you're looking at this, this is the answer.
Yeah.
It's built into the budget, so, you know, we're having a hard time accepting 500,000 because we can't run the city on 500,000. We're in trouble. And so that means that, in my mind, it's simple. I mean, we can't increase the income without getting new businesses in here, so that means we gotta cut the budget. And, you know, do we really need right now where'd it go here? Planning and zoning person at 120,000? Those are the questions we need to be asking.
Well, we already have
Yeah, that's
planning
just
and
bringing
zoning
Greg
already,
over to
right?
that department.
That's what?
She's bringing Greg over to that department. The code
Out of the,
code
it's
administrator.
coming out of the cop to there.
But we're increasing the cops budget by 353.
Which technically means that the cop budget's going up for whatever, right?
And I
be the
apologize,
difference.
I didn't update that spreadsheet in a while, so those numbers are different. Because the police department's budget went down with just doing the 6% increase. Well, their step scale and then the 6% increase.
It's really difficult for a layman to go through 147 pages of budget. I mean, I like numbers, but you can't figure out what's going on without
Geek.
being able to see it right in front of our faces.
Are we asking for an updated one of those? Is it tough to get?
Oh, I can do that.
That'd be fantastic.
So,
Email
so
it
tell
to
me
me
if
tomorrow.
we don't do the cop trucks and keep the 500,000 and we buy them on, can't they just come and say we need trucks and we buy them on capital?
You can, but if we're not putting money into the capital, then we'll drain that capital down and you won't have the money eventually. Because that capital doesn't have any source of funding other than the transfers into it.
So that 500 that only takes care of the police. It doesn't take care of the roads. It doesn't take care of anything else.
But 400,000 would be for the police, 100,000 would be for other places.
And granted, we still do have the 9.2, but we're living beyond our means, right? For future. So that's where I have heartache.
And my heartache, I'll be honest with you, is I don't know why we're the ones up here making these decisions. It seems to me that the city should be coming back with a balanced budget and telling us, this is where we were last year, this is where we're gonna be this year, and to come back and ask for an additional $800,000 that we don't have, and then you want us to tell you no? I think this is a decision you guys should have made a long time ago. That we don't have that. We gotta find a way to reduce that expense. Because we don't have it.
Right.
We just don't, and okay, I'll be the rotten person and say that. But if I'm home and I don't have the money, I don't have it, and I cut expenses, and we gotta do the same thing here. And where that comes from, I don't know, but to be 2 weeks away from doing a final budget and having this kind of discussion, this should have been taken care of a long time ago. So I'm a little frustrated, and I find my heart just really pounding hard right now. And I'm trying to stay calm, but I'm a little frustrated with this right now. That's too much. So that's where I sit. We can't continue to go this direction.
What does next year look like for increases? Are we looking at more increases again? Is that anticipated? Have we thought through that?
Yeah, so this year, the increases included what I'm calling that 3% market adjustment. I wouldn't expect that every year, but we've been behind the 8 ball when it comes to market rate increases across the board, and it was suggested that this is an avenue that we could use to bring everybody kind of more into where the market really is with these positions. Especially, and Chief Cordova has made this point almost to death that we stand to lose people if they can go someplace and make $20,000-$30,000 more a year. We're not competing with that necessarily, but we are, because that's just the market reality. If you can drive 20 minutes and get another $20,000 a year, that's kind of a no-brainer, really.
I'm a little with the same as Brett on the frustration is you guys don't want us to get into the weeds of what Dustin does or Jeff or whatever, but then there's not enough. So then if we're in the weeds and asking them questions, then we're kind of overstepping. But we still have a budget that says I got $100, I can only spend $100. So I'm with Brett. We don't want to tell somebody no, but
So the numbers show that we have a surplus. We have a $500,000 or $6,000, depending on how you look at it. We have a surplus. To me, that's a balanced budget. That doesn't get you where you want to be with the goals that the city council has put forward for the city staff to accomplish. So we don't have a balanced budget in that we're not achieving those goals. But as far as our operations and our maintenance and those kinds of things, we are keeping the lights on, we're keeping people paid, we're paying the insurance, we're paying all of those things. If the council, and this is where the council's discretion and direction comes in, if you guys decide that it's necessary and desirable to pursue these goals that you guys have put forward for the staff and for the city and where we want to go, the revenues aren't there. You're right. And that is not sustainable. You're absolutely right. So how do we do that? We can either increase revenues or decrease expenses. These expenses are not something that is just arbitrary. We didn't just think, well, let's give everybody something. We didn't just think, this is a response to the market conditions. Overall, we've seen an 8% increase in our operations budget. An $800,000 increase is an 8% increase on a $10 million budget, okay? It's not a huge bump, especially when you consider our insurance rates went up 10%. That's industry-wide, right? Our cost of living went up 3% across the board. We're just trying to keep the lights on, pay for roads, pay for all of the things that we have to pay for, which, similar to your family budget, is just feeling the squeeze. Nobody wants to raise taxes. Nobody wants to increase fees. Nobody wants to do any of that. But you said it right when you said the way that we're doing things right now is not sustainable, not long-term. Several years ago, and over several years, the city did not do a truth in taxation and keep the rate the same. If we were to keep the rate the same, we could look at, I don't know, $400,000 or $500,000, right? Somewhere in that ballpark. That would be a much sunnier outlook for us than a $6,000 surplus. And these are decisions that the department heads and the city staff cannot make. These are the purview and the realm and the bailiwick of the city council solely, and per every government law and state code and everything else. This is where you guys need to come and make these decisions.
So I want to come back to the original, we kind of found we had an issue. There was that transfer that made the fire department fund, that $1 million transfer. It was making up for oversight from, correct me if I'm wrong here, Curtis,
From last year.
from last year.
But so next
So
year,
my question is this something that's is this $1 million? Because we're kind of making up for the from last year.
you know what?
Is this $1 million going to be something that we're going to continue to need to transfer to the
Fire.
fire fund? My understanding was this was kind of a one-time thing, but I could be wrong.
So,
See, I'm looking on page 44.
yeah, no. So, Cynthia, if you'll go to Page 70, which is probably gonna be page 74 or something like that.
74?
Yeah, 74, yep, 74. Yeah, it's page 70, you're
you're
there,
right.
you're perfect. So this is the fire department fund. This is, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is without any capital being purchased. So this has nothing for ambulance, nothing for replacement of vehicles. This is just operating costs with the operating revenues, which includes the $1 million transfer.
Which is why we're not afloat, right? So we're not balanced because if we haven't set aside capital allocations for the future, right? If we haven't set aside capital for the assets that are going to be needed, we're not balanced
That's
in the future.
for long-term projections, no. For the current year, that's the amount that it took to fund the fire department with
Right.
the raises and what's being projected. And that makes the fund pay for all of its operations. So from that standpoint, it is balanced. Does not provide anything for the future. But Mayor, the $1 million needs to be ongoing just to keep,
Okay, that's my question.
Yes.
So this is an ongoing expense, not
The-
just a one-time.
that's what it takes for
Making
the
up.
city to run
Okay,
the fire
that's my
department.
question there. Okay.
In excess of all the ambulance fees that are collected and everything that we're doing there. So the city's, I mean,
So in that light, we're not balanced.
from a long-term.
For future,
standpoint,
yeah.
planning For the replacement of the
Correct.
vehicles, no, it needs attention.
Yeah.
At some point, it'll need
And there's
attention.
two ways to do that: increase revenue or decrease expenses.
Correct, or both. It's that link, right?
That's kind of what, yeah.
One other combination. Yeah, these are hard decisions.
What's the other combination?
Well, you
Or-
raise
or-
revenues,
or-
you
or some
decrease
combination.
expense, or you do some sort of combination in between. You know,
Fire department's where the police was 3 years ago, 2 years ago.
And economic development takes time,
Station.
right? Sales
Looking at
tax
a
increases
5 to 10
take
year
time.
window
Yep.
on that, so-
We're lowering in business. That's coming, but it's going to take time to get that
I
increase.
think we gotta really watch, like what Lyle said about, you can't just keep adding people. At some point, we gotta, citywide, to say, somebody's gotta decide. If somebody quits, fine, but we can't just add another spot arbitrarily when we don't have enough money.
Well, you're not wrong, but then as the population of the city increases, and we're right around 14 to 15,000 people right now, which is a significant increase even over last year. I mean, that's taxing on police officers who are running patrols, it's taxing on firefighters, it's taxing on roads and water and sewer personnel that are out there digging trenches and things, and it's, you know,
Well, I know
We're
it'll
gonna start
be
losing people on that
ongoing,
side,
but-
too.
But we can't do, in the near future, you just like, we gotta stop for a minute, right? Or am I wrong?
well, this is one of the things, we had a conversation, and it's been over a month now. And the conversation was, there's property tax. And remember, property tax is designed to collect the exact same amount of revenue as the prior year. And then you get whatever tax on the growth on top of that. And there's two theories here. And Brett, I totally want to acknowledge what Brett said was, he said, but can't we use the growth amount of property tax to pay for our ongoing expense, our current operating expenses? And the answer is yes, you can. However, when you increase people, you increase the ratio of people to police officers. Or conversely said, the ratio of police officers to people becomes greater. The number of people covered by per police officer becomes greater. Same for fire department. So there's increases, same for park usage, same for people coming into the city offices. All of those new residents impact the services that are being provided. So if I previously had 10 people coming into the city office and demanding services, and now I have 13, people just have to work harder if we're not gonna if all we're doing is taking the growth and paying for current stuff. But if growth was gonna pay for growth, then I would be adding people eventually into these areas to cover that increased level of service. And so, and this is where we were 4 years ago, having conversations of where did all the growth dollars go? Well, they went into paying for current operations of the city without setting aside money for future police officers, for future firefighters.
We were able to not increase the taxes on people those several years in a row because of that growth that we were seeing. We'll probably see a similar number in growth this year, but again, it's not sustainable because you get further and further behind. It just never, ever keeps up.
It's paying for inflation, not paying for growth.
Right.
The growth factor is.
The growth factor is. Now, that leads to hard questions of, are we okay with the sliding of the level of service? That's a choice.
Can we increase revenues on growth?
It's tough. It's tough.
Impact fees.
Impact fees are some of the most studied things, but those go to enterprise funds. And they have to be put towards specific projects and specific areas where you've got studies and you've got an impact fee analysis and you've done all of these things to say this is where our fees are going. And then you can impose an impact fee. You can't just say, well, we're growing, so we need more money from our impact fees.
And impact fees don't pay for increased operations. They don't cover new people. They'll cover things like a new police building, a portion of a new. Let me rephrase that.
Which inherently does save capital allocation necessity in the operational budget.
It can,
Yeah.
but
Committed.
you have to be careful because let's just go down the path of a police building, and I'm not going to expand it out to all the other potentially just a police building. If the growth over the next, they use a 6-year window. So let's say the growth over the next 6 years, just for ease sake, was going to double the population currently.
6-year window for impact fees.
For impact fees, you
Okay.
can only go out 6 years. And they look at what the population's doing and they look at your current level of service. So just for ease sake, for example purposes, if the population was going to double over the next 6 years and you said, okay, we're going to have to add a police building, they'd look at the cost of the police building and factor that into the impact fee. You'd collect the impact fee over those residents, but you'd only, because you're already providing a police building, you would only be able to pay for half because you're doubling the population, right? So if the police, this would put the city on path where you would have to come up with funds that you currently have to pay for half of that building cost. So if you committed $10 million for a police building, the city would be having to come up with $5 million from some other source besides impact fees. And then $5 million would come from the impact fees. That's how impact fees work. So you have to be careful that you don't overcommit the city to building something without knowing you're going to have funds to actually put in to keep the level of service constant.
The one that just is mind-boggling is the property tax. Okay, if we have let's say 1 year we bring in 100 homes and they're paying $5,000 a year on their property tax, so that's $500,000 a year additional property tax is being paid. Okay, and let's say that 1,000 of that's to Tremont, so that's an additional $50,000, right? Okay, so what you're telling me is that where's that are we gonna see all $50,000 of that money?
Of the growth, yes.
Yeah,
We
we'll
would
see
see the
that.
$50,000.
But what we need to think about though is that in addition, so those homes bring in additional expenses, both the soft costs as well as hard infrastructure
Understand
costs.
that.
And they pay into impact fees, but they're not paying for impact fees for their
Roads,
roads.
police, fire, all that.
All of it,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
So how can you make it so that when we bring in a subdivision, that there's enough revenue coming in to pay for those sources?
They never will. It just never will. That's why you have to look at the economic development piece, and that's why you have to always be looking at this truth and taxation piece. And I know I've been beating that drum about as much as Chief Cordova has been beating the let's pay our people right drum. This is how we do it. It's how we do it. Cities all over, including Brigham City, we had lunch with the mayor and the city administrator for Brigham City. They're just gonna do it every year. They're gonna have a truth and taxation, even if it's just to keep the rate the same. Now, they're looking at a 50%
10%.
tax increase this year to pay for things. They just have to do it. Our goal is, our staff goal is to always live within the means that we're given. But if the city council has goals that are in addition to what we've been doing, there's only one way to get there, and that's to find a way to pay for it.
So what do you identify as the city council goals for doing
That's
more?
what I wanna know. What's
than
that
what we've
goal?
been doing? What do you mean by that?
Well, the city council's not necessarily doing more. I didn't mean it like that. But we're working on those pillars and the specific additional things over the next 10, 15 years. We got to find a way to pay for those things. Some of them are not huge expenses, but all of them are going to require something. Whether it's more staff time or whether it's additional staff members, we have to think about these things. Those are the goals I'm talking about. The goals that we have are continuing our quality of life, continuing this level of service that we're providing for our residents so that they know what to expect when they come into City Hall or when they call 911 or when, whatever. Those goals and standards are set by the council. We work together on those things.
We talk about, truth and taxation, primarily discussing, when we discuss property taxes and that kind of thing, but are there other areas, looking at franchise taxes, telecommunication tax? Does the city council have any sort of authority on how much is charged for those, the franchise or the telecommunications or
There is some,
electrical,
they're not gonna,
energy? I just wonder if
yeah, there is some,
has any authority on that.
they do, the council does, and those rates are set by the council, but it's not gonna be a big revenue gainer for you. If we increased our franchise fees by 10%, that's gonna be, yeah, not very much. The big ones are sales tax, property tax.
So sales tax is another one I was wondering about. Our Brigham City is, I think, 1 cent on a dollar higher than we are.
Yeah, and we can look at things like a wrap tax as well to help pay for those kinds of goals and
The thing about sales tax is, residents of Tremont clearly pay, but so do other people coming into the city.
right, and people who use our services. Yeah.
I just wondered about looking at those kinds of angles. Now, sitting there a little bit with tongue in cheek because our auto dealers, one of the advantages they do have is that we do have a lower sales tax. than
People are
some
more-
neighboring communities,
yeah.
and that's why people come to Tremont to shop. So I do say that with a little bit of carefulness, because I know that will impact our dealers.
Yeah.
I, for one, obviously, we can't go 23 years without having truth in taxation. That did,
That was
everybody that
insane.
voted for that
Yeah, that was insane.
got hammered on it, and everybody before that, I mean, it's easy not to. So at some point, I'm not saying this year, but at some point, we're gonna have to at least keep up.
And this year,
With that.
can we?
I mean, we got to. We can't
Clear it.
go 23 years and say, hey, we never raised taxes, and then all of a sudden we get a 50%er.
I feel like it's irresponsible. Yeah, I
My,
agree.
my soapbox on this is property tax is designed to bring in the exact same amount as last year. Whatever the inflationary rate, and we can look at different measures, whatever that rate percentage increase is, there is a justification to raise your property tax equal to the inflation rate.
And what would that be this year if we'd
2.5.
We done it last year, I
3%,
guess.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't do it last year, so, I mean, every year that you fall behind on the inflation rate, you're falling behind. I mean, because everything is costing the city more. And so, this last year is gonna be something 2.5 to 3%. The year before that would have been higher. I mean, inflation was a lot higher that year, 5, 6, 7%.
So reality to this is, taxes, we're anticipating they're gonna be 3.225 million.
Raised it.
So if you
3.36.
times 3% times that, that's $96,000. I mean, so
It
for
helps,
us to
but not a
catch
lot.
back up to where we need to be, I just calculated we needed to increase by 30%. Now, we went through this 2 years ago. We patted ourselves on the back for not raising taxes for years. I've been doing this for 10 years. We went in with a 50% request and ended up going 25. That happened 2 years ago. And that was supposed to pay for the increase in the police department and the full-time police. Because our volunteer department
Fire.
is getting old and kind of falling apart. The new generation is not stepping up.
Absolutely.
We went through all of this stuff, so we did the 25% increase. So when I'm hearing this stuff that we're not keeping up, we were up to par 2 years ago, and now it's like we just lost all that ground in 1 year. In 1 year. And so we're back to where if we're talking about putting 1.5 million on the table just to fund our capital accounts the way we need to increase it by $1 million, which is a 30% increase. I don't want to be here. That's what you're asking us to do.
And on top of that, I went to a school board meeting last night. They're moving forward as quickly as possible. They have to do something, and they will be raising property tax in order to fund the schools that are needed to. There's 25 portables that they're trying to get out of, and just to catch up, just to get back to zero.
Just like we done 2 years ago.
Yeah,
We was level and the school needs what
they're behind.
They're behind, not our problem,
Yeah.
sorry, but,
But also gonna hit our same constituents.
right.
So, I'm gonna go to your, back to that date, Lyle, because I remember it very clearly, and I hated those discussions because it was hard, because we delayed putting things off. So that would have been, setting things up, it was 2 years ago, so it would have been June of 22, right?
Right.
Okay. August 22, September 22. After the budget was adopted, that's when inflation went up to 8%, 9%. So when we came around to the 23 budget and we were talking about, hey, inflation is killing us, and the decision was made to hold the property tax level, it wasn't just trying to catch 3, 4, 5%, it was trying to catch up to 8, 9%.
For a couple of years in a row.
And so, yeah, we're probably behind without doing anything this year. Yeah, we're probably behind 11%. I'm not saying 30, but it's going to feel worse and worse every year. And the answer is, yeah, we may have to, if we want to cut some things, we may be doing without some things service-wise. You may
Three
lose some
things
people.
we owe them though. We owe them police, fire, and public works, you know? And that's our biggest budget.
I, and this is where, I don't know how else to make the revenues work.
Let me just interrupt before you get
Yeah,
going,
please.
before we leave that subject. You know, when we did the 50% request and have it going 25%, people were not happy, and I wasn't happy about it either, because I get to pay them too. So anyway, what we got out of that is most people came up and said, it wouldn't be as hard if you did it over time, a little bit every year. That's what we got. But I tell you what, we asked for any type of increase, and we're back to the same.
Yeah.
It's
That's why I just think that if we don't do an increase at least equal to the inflation factor for the year, we're falling behind. It's for the property tax portion.
Last year's inflation was how much?
You're somewhere between 2.5% and 3%.
Are there,
Didn't you say it was higher last year?
The year before,
Oh,
so
the year before. it
so
was-
when you talk about where we were at during the 22-23 year,
Yeah.
9.5.
that was 8-9% is what was.
are there jurisdictions that do not adjust for inflation, but keep a balanced budget?
No, I don't think it's possible.
So
Eventually, you're gonna get further and further behind because every dollar that we spend is worth less each year because of inflation. And if we're not keeping up with inflation, if we're not keeping up with the expenses that the city incurs, just like a family, just like everyone else, if we're not keeping up, we're falling further and further behind. And it's a compound thing.
there are cities that don't adjust, but what tends to happen is after 10 years, they go through a truth and taxation hearing and it's 30, 40, 50%. And
So they adjust.
so they catch up at some point. But yeah, we can I could sit here and tell you, we could make this budget work, but I can't tell you that it'll last for 3 years. I can't tell you that you're set up to avoid a huge tax increase 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now. I just can't, but can we cut services? Yes, we can. Can we cut costs? Yeah, we can go through and cut some stuff. Every department head's gonna grumble about it, and you're probably gonna lose some people.
Council, do you have any other, maybe we ought to talk just a little bit about capital before we wrap up.
Yeah, the one I need to do, I gotta make sure that we do the fraud risk assessment, just real quick. This is 1 minute.
Yeah.
So I was just gonna say, can you stay with us through
Yeah.
the meeting today?
I will, yeah. I'll be
That was
here.
my question.
There's a fraud risk assessment form that was in there. Our score was 355 out of 395. Same as last year. That puts us in the very low fraud risk assessment, the way the state auditor's office looks at it. No changes. It's solid. We're in great condition. So we don't have to have the city council adopt this or anything. We just have to note that we reported it to you and then we'll submit it to the state.
Good work.
Capital, we've got to add capital back in and at some point, I just don't know when what do we want to add in?
There's no money to add, right?
I mean, we've got 9 million that we can spend out of savings.
Okay.
So, I mean, we can identify some things.
We can identify those later as well, right?
There's a couple that we do need to add because the city council's already moving on it. So we've got to add in the Midland Park because my understanding is you approved a contract.
150,000, right?
170.
172.
I'm not in the capital, not in the parks. Wasn't in there. I looked.
That's out of the RDA, isn't it?
No, the three, there's like, wasn't it like 500,000 that's the grant?
400 and something.
720.
I think our part was like 170 or something.
And then 170
And then
is our
100 from the, coming from the RDA contribution.
From the general fund.
Well, 405 is a grant.
But what I'm saying is we don't have the capital in there we don't have the, I mean, the money's all there and the contract's been signed, we just don't have the budget authorization to actually pay the bills. So we at least have to present that based off of what's been presented.
And we present them the bill and we're done and they reimburse us, right?
Yeah,
The RDA.
we've got to recognize the revenue and we've got to recognize the expense.
We have the revenue in there, but I don't.
Is this as we turn it into the state, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we'll need to add that one. I haven't checked to see if there's any other contracts that are out there where people, I know Zach said he was moving forward with the Central Park Trail. It was in the current year budget. That's not gonna be done until next. That was like $100,000. That one's also in the parks.
That just transfers over from last year, right?
Yeah, so we'll adjust what the estimate is to the end of the year fund balance. So those types of ones. So, if the council wants, we'll go through and put in our recommendations of capital projects to be done and show those to you and include them as a list for the next meeting.
That would help.
Yeah.
Are we gonna go, I'm new to it, but we were trying to go out this 10-year, 15 years. Is that a slippery slope for where we're at right now? We need to take care of what's,
I think the biggest thing is we wanted the city council to understand, we're concerned out there.
well, I
10 years.
agree. I'm just,
What we're gonna do is we're gonna focus on getting through this year, and we'll come up with a plan. We'll present stuff, and make that presentation for the next meeting.
But we've got adjustments to make over this year.
But there could be some projects that say we want to discuss those more in the fall, to use our savings. But we'll get through this year.
I mean, the parks are behind. I mean, we can talk about the police and the fire, but the parks are behind. So we gotta do something there. We can't just keep putting that
Parks
off.
are behind, roads are behind. You know, we're doing pretty well with our water and sewer for the next little bit, but roads are kind of suffering, and there are definitely projects that we could look at as far as trails and other things that are both kind of a roads and a parks thing. So you're right to be concerned, but this is a problem that we can work. We just need to make sure everyone's hearts and minds are open to the possibility or the concerns that we have related to ongoing expenses. And that's the purpose of doing the capital projects list the way we have done it, is so that instead of being reactionary to things, we're thinking ahead 10, 15, 20, even 50 years with some of these things, like buildings and that kind of thing, so that when it comes time in 50 years to pay for a new building, we've thought about it. It's not a problem. We either issue a little bit of debt and to make up the difference, or, we've got it maybe even saved up. So that's the kind of thing that we'd like to get to with this.
Just really quick, so we talked about doing some type of an analysis on the streets. Is that happening?
Is that the T2 thing? Carl.
Yeah, that would be
That's the T2.
Haven't seen him.
When's that happening?
It's out and around somewhere.
I don't know where Carl's at.
I don't know where
A
Carl
group of interns, right?
Oh, Carl has, yeah, he's got a mosquito abatement.
But anyway, I thought he forwarded it out to you guys, and maybe it got buried or something, but we can float that to you guys again.
Seen that, and the other thing too is Curtis, we talked about analysis on the, Meals on Wheels.
Oh, yes.
We need to go over that sometime too, because I think there's probably a couple 100,000 there that we're
Yep.
losing.
We got the same thing, in my opinion, in the fire department with what the county pays.
Yep.
We're paying all this $3 million for that. We're doing Elwood, we're doing the county, we're doing everybody, and we're not getting hardly anything back. That's crazy.
Animal control also. We're taking a lot of dogs and, highway patrol. There's a lot
Only
of,
getting worse too.
Brigham
Yeah.
City has been going through this very same thing, and they're charging the other communities a lot.
it appears to me that we're taking care of a lot of all of northern Utah, right?
We're the big brother up here.
Northern Box Elder
We are
County.
the big brother. Tremont's always been the big brother.
But now it's costing us a lot of money, not just
But it's costing us money.
buying his
Yeah.
time, it's costing.
We gotta start looking at this stuff and.
Other cities or other
managing it
jurisdictions should be
correctly,
helping.
because we can't afford it, obviously. Look at our budget.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're right.
Larry, you can take a quick break before we.
Yes, let's take a quick break, and we'll try to start up again at 7 o'clock.
Get all them kids in here.
Looked.
Stand up. Will, because they're moving up in rate. Like at a C1, they're gonna be moving up to like a C3. So they'll get a little bit of a.
We could,
Zach especially.
26% like
have our
that.
students
I mean, that's,
try to come in as much as
Zach is-
possible. We want our students to be in with us as much as we can.
that's low.
I don't think it's on.
Just walked out there and looked.
Low. He should get more.
Brought the last one in.
Mayor, I don't think your mic's on. Your mic's not on.
I think we just need to.
There you go.
How's that? Is that better? Oh, there we go. Well, Paul, thanks for reminding me. We want to welcome everybody out here to our city council meeting. This is our policy session, and this is, we're really grateful that you're here with us tonight. We're especially grateful for our students, that they're here with us, and we appreciate, I'll bet you guys are excited that school's out, huh? Sorta? Yeah. I was always excited when school's out. Anyway, we're grateful that you're here with us. We're grateful for the others of you who are here. Without any further ado, we'll get started with our opening ceremony. I've asked Councilmember Rhodey if he would lead us in a prayer, and then we've asked a student. His name is Ethan Jacobs, and he and his dad are going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, huh? You can nod yes. Okay. Anyway, we're really grateful that you're willing to do that. That's a brave thing to do. And without that, Councilman Brett.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful for this opportunity to be here tonight. We ask that we can have a good night, that we can discuss the many important issues, and we can do so civilly, and that we can listen and understand. Help us that we can communicate effectively. We also ask that we're thankful that we are here to serve and help, and we're thankful for the opportunity to serve these fine people. We ask that everyone be able to travel home safely tonight, and we do so in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Okay, Ethan. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, Brett, and especially thanks, Ethan. That was a brave thing to do, and we appreciate you doing it for us. We have a lot of people here with us this evening, and a lot of newcomers. And so what we wanted to do is just kind of go around and introduce the staff and the council, and just so you kind of know, put a face with the name a little bit. Over here to my left, we've got Bill Kobabe, who is our city manager. Then Bo Lewis, Councilmember Bo Lewis, Blair Westergaard, Lyle Vance, myself, Brett Rhodey, and Wes Eaststep. And then we have our recorder over here is Cynthia Nelson, and we've got our planner who will be helping us out this evening, Jeff Seedall, and I think we got
Chief of Police is out there.
okay, we got the Chief of Police, Dustin Cordova, and our Fire Chief, Jeff Jarrow, that are kind of out there making room for those of you that are here. So with that, council, one of the first things we need to do is make a declaration of conflicts of interest. Considering the agenda tonight, council, are there any conflicts of interest?
No.
Hearing none, we'll move on. Approval of the agenda. We do have a couple of changes we needed to make to that agenda, and we need a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll motion that we remove 6B from the agenda and put some discussion on 9D prior to public comments.
Okay.
I second it.
On 9B?
Yeah.
Okay. Motion by Bo Lewis and seconded by Lyle Vance. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? I don't assume we did have any. The agenda is approved with the changes mentioned. Approval of the minutes for May 20th, 2025. Council, any changes to those minutes?
Nope. I'll make a motion, we approve the minutes for May 20th.
Okay.
You second it.
Okay, motion by Wes and seconded by Blair. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now, this is the special part here. So this is our presentation of the Citizenship Awards to our elementary and intermediate students. This is one of our favorite things we do for our students, and it's a recognition of their efforts to be to show respect, to be responsible, and to be safe in their schools. I had the opportunity of going into the North Park School before they closed for the school year, and I noticed this very thing on they have them in their hallways, and so the students are reminded about this all the time. The principals and their teachers identify these students, and that's who we're going to recognize tonight for doing just that, for being safe, responsible, and showing respect to their teachers and to their fellow students. And so with that, we'll go ahead and if we've got any students back there in the back, could you come forward so you can hear your names as we call you? You may have to just kind of stand in the hallway there, but we'll make room for you. Thank you.
Principals.
And when you come up, they will present you with your certificate and then please stay up here so we can get a good picture.
And the
Think
principals, come on
principals.
up.
Oh, yeah.
And the one thing, them cards are kind of hard to read, but they are good for 4 medium snow cones at the Garland Snow Shack. And if you need somebody to take, pick me.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. And we want to thank our principals and our teachers and especially you students for earning these awards. All right, we'll start off with Brindley Stewart. Come on up. You finished school? Okay, we'll just have you stand right over here. Ruthie Ritter. Okay. Ethan Jacob. There you are, Ethan. Here you go. Paisley Fulgham. We'll make sure they get their certificates and their card. Ephraim Walker. Congratulations. Good job. Rosie Marvel. Good job. Mason Beck. Paisley Call. Bobby, let's see, pronounce this right, Bobby Baugh? Okay, Bobby, good job. Aislinn Naval, I guess? Aslan Naval, just Naval. Congratulations. Nixon Rice. Congratulations. Julian Carabantes. Good job, Julian. Well done. Thank you. Maylee Hillis. Okay, so we'll make sure he gets out then. Did I miss anybody? All right, let's give these students another round of applause. And then, what we'll do is take some pictures, and if the parents would like to get some pictures, this is our chance.
Slide in there a little closer.
Everybody squeeze together.
We'll give y'all plenty of time for pictures.
Hey, you guys, thank you so much.
Good job. Woo. Summer though, isn't it, Mayor?
I will get Maylee.
You didn't give me a fifth grader, so I. Okay. Okay, thank you.
So that's how you say it? Okay, say it again?
All right.
Oh, Cynthia would be the fixer.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I need a signature. Okay.
Here, Mayor. Oh.
Which one's the discussion on?
90. That's what everybody's here for.
I'll sit here then. Thank you.
All right, moving on to our Years of Service Awards. We have our Assistant Librarian, Rebecca Jepson. Rebecca, if you want to come up.
Excuse me. Hey, Rebecca. Becky has been my right-hand man for a long time. I can't believe it's been 15 years. Anyway, so a little bit about her. She says, my two biggest accomplishments are graduating from Utah State University with a degree in English and speech and raising 8 children. My husband Rick and I have 27 beautiful grandchildren and 1 great-grandson. Now, there's 3 questions that she is supposed to answer, 3 questions. And the ones that she chose was number 1, which is, what has been your favorite work project while at Tremont City? She says, my favorite weekly work project is designing and creating fun crafts for the Storytime children to enjoy. She volunteered to be a Storytime person, which was wonderful because nobody ever wants to do that. That's a hard job, so I was really appreciative of her. And number 3 was, what is your favorite part about working for Tremont City? She says, my favorite part of working for Tremont City is interacting with and serving library patrons of all ages. And the 5th question was, what is a fun fact about you? She says, an interesting fact about me is that I went to Romania 2 times to adopt my daughter, Alicia. So, anyway, congratulations. Did you want her somewhere specific? Right here? Yeah.
Thanks, Rebecca. I actually witnessed some of the story times that you've been telling, so I'm one of the recipients of a great storyteller. All right, Doug Furman, are you here with us, Doug? Okay, there we go.
Hello, Douglas.
All right, this is Doug Furman. He's been with the department for 45 years, and so we're proud today to honor him and all his years of service and any extra that he's willing to give us. I've had the privilege to work with Doug over the past 2.5 years that I've been here as a part-timer before taking the full-time position. And just like to mention a little bit about Doug. And so Doug retired from Nucor Steel after 33 years, 3 months, 6 days, 11 and a half hours. That's he's working summers on the family farm, winters at Snow Basin Ski Patrol, and that sounds like it's a lot of fun, Doug. I applaud you for that. It's a difficult job, ski patrol is. I've worked with them up there at Snow Basin quite a bit over the years as a part-time ski patroller, and then he works with us as well at the fire department here in Tremont. We asked Doug to answer a couple questions for us. First question we asked him is, what do you do in your spare time? He says, I'll let you know when I have some. And we asked him, he said, what's your favorite quote? And he says, his favorite quote is by John Bon Jovi, I just want to live while I'm alive. And then the last question we asked him is, what is the first thing you would buy if you won the lottery? He says, buy more farm ground and farm till I'm broke. Thank you.
You know, there's not many active guys at 45, Doug. I've seen, I've been there with you for 40, whatever of it, but you just keep going, and
I'm gonna make 50.
I'll bet you do. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dougie.
All right, all right. And next we have, let's see, make sure I get this right here.
Yeah,
Okay,
discussion
we'll have a
on
little
9D.
discussion about, let's have a discussion prior to our public comments. Council, we can just have some, maybe we can talk about some of the questions that we have. And that might help with the public comment period as we move into that. So with that, okay, I'll just open this up for questions or.
We're gonna have Jeff present something more.
Yeah, Jeff, thank you. Yes, we'll have Jeff present that, present some information, help us understand it a little bit better.
So last week, this topic went to the Planning Commission, and we discussed it for the sincere majority of our meeting, where we were able to have the developer's engineer there also to answer questions. The real approach here was meeting with the developer and the Planning Commission, was trying to create a subdivision that could meet the regional affordability needs. As we've seen through the past few years, housing prices continue to climb due to the steep demand and lack to build supply fast enough. And the Planning Commission felt that this rezone would help really address some of that affordability while also expanding some of the capital needs that are part of the Hillside growth.
Council, do you have any questions for Jeff?
It don't show on that plan or anything like that, but I know entries and exits out of there's, where are they gonna tie them in up there? if it goes, you know, no matter whether, what we decide or not.
So right now it's planned that, props off to our, that they tie into all three of those roads. So 1100 North and then the other two, as well as obviously a main entrance onto 1000 North. So each one of those stubs that is shown is part of the, I believe that's the Country View subdivision. We would look to tie into each of those into the development to help with.
As it relates to 1000 North, what are the, as we add population into that area, and the proposal tonight is to increase the density of that, which would be more traffic on 1000 North. What are we doing to prepare for that kind of traffic?
I think we started on that this year, understanding that that roadway section is needed to be widened and prepared for the traffic. In the past year, we've had this is now the fourth development that's looked at putting residential up on the hill. So widening that road and having the city try to focus on improving that road all the way to the 84 interchange, I think is going to become a higher priority now that we know that focus is on developing the hill further.
How many more exits are gonna come besides on 2660 and, you know, you can't even go from Dutry's back over.
There is a flaw up there if my past life was in an ambulance, you go up and you're hitting the wrong spot and you go, I'm at this address, I need to be to the next, and then all of a sudden you gotta go back down and up, and that's not a good thing. We gotta,
Yeah, so there are roads to connect to, the development will tie into those. It appears, looking at Google Earth on my phone, that there are 5 connection spots into the Country View subdivision. And then they'll have their, I believe it's 2 accesses onto 1000 North, so.
They'll add 2 more, Jeff?
Yeah, they'll add 2 more. So this will help with circulation on the hill to avoid that problem of I took the wrong right turn and now I gotta go back down to 1000 North and get over to the other one. To avoid that in the future as well, the city's adopted, put a section of connectivity guidelines into our Hillside Development Code to help address this. So because if you don't plan for connections on a hillside, they become very hard to meet due to the grade and the topography.
It's currently zoned 112, correct?
Yes.
Which means,
R112, isn't it?
I understand.
lots are
I think
12,000
everyone here,
12,000 square feet.
1,000, a minimum of 12,000.
Yeah,
Bigger.
all the discussions we've had with the developer have indicated that they'd like to use the PUD to bring in mixed residential to help have a better product to bring into the housing market. So cottage homes, smaller single family to some of the actual R112 lots, and then some multifamily with quite a number of townhomes, and then a couple apartment buildings.
so with the,
Have they got a
ahead.
proposed plot,
We have a concept, but
concept plan?
because we don't really know if the zoning's gonna go in, the concept's based on this zoning be approved. We haven't looked at a concept if the rezone doesn't take place.
so in R18, it allows for apartment complexes?
No.
The PUD ordinance that we adopted in
does
the
that
past
stand
year,
for?
planned unit development. It's what Bill and I worked towards creating to go away from the overlay zones that we've used in the past and create a more straightforward approach for mixed residential developments.
What happens is when you rezone for the R18, you get a base density, and that's the number of units that you're entitled to. The PUD allows you some flexibility in that. you can squeeze them into certain areas, leaving the rest of it open space. This is particularly useful up on the hill where there are areas of steep slope that can't be developed out potentially. So you move the areas or the units that would have gone on the slope areas and move them into higher density places where it's more feasible and more economical.
So percentage wise, how many residentials compared to how many multi-units?
So, actually, let me pull that up. I have that answer for you on the concept.
The thing to remember is that there are density bonuses that you could get. You could get additional units if you give additional amenities to the city. If you increase the amount of open space, for example, you can get additional units on top of what's entitled, but you have to earn those based on the parameters of the PUD. Now, the base density that they would be entitled to is regulated by the zoning that you would put in place tonight or leave the same. So if it's, I don't know, how many acres is this?
I think it was 80. Did you put it? Is it in? I didn't write in the resolution.
84.
I think it's 80-ish acres.
Yeah, so if you do, my math doesn't work very well. I'm not a numbers guy. So let's just say that over this place, you were entitled to 200 units, okay? If you spread that out over the whole thing, the entire area would be covered by 200 units, okay? If you do a PUD, you can squeeze some of those 200 units into an apartment complex, and the rest of it would stay open space in perpetuity.
So I'm following you, but it's just trying to get an idea. I mean, you've got homes up there, residences. What's it gonna look like? Does it match what's there or not?
We've worked in transitioning from what is up there into some of the more dense single-family lots that we would like to continue to bring into Tremont.
When
No,
you
I
say
got-
when you say that, can you elaborate just a little bit?
Yeah, so they're like where the roads are gonna tie in and stuff. We've already planned to have a row of single-family lots that match the existing, so that those houses create kind of a buffer space before it starts transitioning. And it's not even an abrupt, after that it goes dense. It just goes from that into a little bit smaller, and then as it goes east to west, it just continues to grade. So the density is really more over towards that primary exit, or primary entrance that they will be putting into their development.
They're gonna tie into all the retention ponds that are already there, or will they have to put in more?
They'll have to put in their own, and we've been working on with them about how to turn those spaces into usable park space with amenities around them and in those ponds, knowing that up on the hillside there is a pretty good percolation, but also that, parks can be designed to be a little bit wet sometimes and still be used the rest of the.
Some of that's straight rock though, so getting ponds in is gonna be
A
a
lot
little
of
tougher than what
it's-
you're thinking, I think.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun for them. Anyway.
So the question that we need to answer tonight is actually pretty straightforward. Is this the right time, and is this the right place for this change in zoning? Very broad discretion is given to city councils to make decisions about zoning. It has to be a reasonable person could look at the action that you took, and if it was a reasonable outcome or a reasonable determination by the city council, it stands up in court and it's a legal decision. So it's different from administrative decisions where it's very black and white, and you can either, oh, am I loud now? Oh, sorry. Hello, everyone. So this is, I always say this when it comes to legislative decisions, this is the time where people's voices really do matter, and the council's decisions are, this is why you're on the council, is to make these kinds of decisions, to listen to the input that you receive and to weigh that in your minds and make a decision based on what you feel is the right thing. And again, the questions are, is this the right time and is this the right place? There are questions about drainage, about roadways, and about a whole host of other things that can and will be answered through the subdivision process. They are going to go through the subdivision process regardless. They have a zone in place that's an R112, that's about a third acre lots. They're asking for R18, which is about a fifth acre lots, which is, it's a substantial increase. And then with the density bonus that they could be looking at another time when we do if and when we approve a PUD ordinance with a development agreement, that's a separate question for another time. The question is this the appropriate time and place for the property to be considered for a zone change from R112 to R18? The questions about drainage, again, wildland fire interface, water, sewer connections, all of those things can and will be determined as we go through the subdivision process. Okay, so the developer is not required necessarily to answer all of those questions at this point. They're good questions, but they will have to meet those standards that the city has already adopted prior to plat recordation and building homes on the property. If they can't meet the requirements of the subdivision ordinance, they will not get any additional homes up there. It's binary like that. If you don't meet the conditions outlined in the code, you don't get any more units. If you can't mitigate for storm drain, if you can't provide good traffic circulation patterns, if you can't mitigate for wildland urban interface, if you can't deal with the slope issues, you don't get any of that. You don't get to subdivide. You have to meet those standards, okay? Those are in place regardless of whether they stay at R112 or you guys change them to R18. That's completely, no matter what, they have to meet those standards. So I just wanted to clarify that. I know that there are a lot of questions about that. Staff and the developer, the property owners are not necessarily in a position to answer all of those questions that you may have. Drainage obviously is a concern, water access, sewer, secondary water, all of those things are very valid and real concerns that we don't necessarily have the answers for tonight. But what I'm trying to say is that if they can't get secondary water up there, if they can't get access to water rights, if they can't deal with the storm drain, they don't get to develop. That's it, no matter what the zone is.
And is the ask of increasing density the means to making the project a viable project?
It could be,
To the
and
complexity of the
that's generally
project?
why they ask for that, because if they've laid out the roads and the other infrastructure that's required, they come up with a general idea of how much it's going to cost to develop the property at the current zoning. If they can't get it to pencil at that, then they come to the city and say, hey, we can't get this to pencil, can we upzone? It's not your responsibility necessarily to see that the developer or the property owner gets a return on their investment. Again, if they can't meet the standards based on the current zoning, it's perfectly within your rights to say, sorry, you're going to have to figure something else out.
So as they, I think you call it upzone or, increase the density and that kind of thing, are there some trade-offs that the city would benefit from through that increase in density?
So we feel like there are. That's one of the reasons why Jeff and I are proponents of the PUD ordinance. It allows some flexibility both in the code as well as the architectural standards and other things that come into play in a development agreement type situation where we can give bonuses to the developer or the property owner so that they meet a higher standard than what typically would apply.
It could involve in park space.
Park spaces, trails, little tot lots and things like that. And just for the record, when we put together the PUD ordinance, we specifically and explicitly pointed out that outdoor facilities, even if they're owned and maintained by an HOA, should be open to and must be open to anyone and everyone using those facilities. If they're behind a fence or within a building, that's the purview of the HOA. If you have a swimming pool, for example, you can keep that just for the HOA, but, and for the people who live there. But outdoor parks, pavilions, trails, those kinds of things, even if they're owned and maintained by an HOA, according to the ordinance, have to be made available to the public in general. So,
But we're not voting on that PUD at this point.
not tonight, no. We would bring that at another time with the development agreement.
One question that
Voting on increased density.
I got a
just the
I got a
zoning,
call
right?
from the state of Utah this afternoon, and one of the concerns was that there was a way back in the day, Tremont used some area over there as a garbage dump, and so Jeff and I kind of looked at that area, and I don't know that. Can somebody sort of elaborate on that a little bit? And because I think that might be one of the questions that can come up. I think there was certainly a place where people dumped, but it was not in this particular area. It was further to the west. Further to the west and up on the hill a little more. And then there was another large county-owned garbage dump around the corner by the gravel pits along I-84.
So just like with any situation where they're going to be, especially in these steeper slope areas, there may be issues surrounding slope stability and other things like that come into play. I can imagine that if there was a landfill up on the property, it would be something that we'd want to take very careful look at. And we'd want to mitigate for any potential geologic hazard or geotechnical hazard that may be on the site.
Okay.
If they can't mitigate for that, again, this is one of those things, it's binary. If you can't mitigate for slope stability concerns or other geotechnical hazards that may or may not exist on the property, you can't build there. And again, the city is not responsible for whether or not you get a return on your investment. We want to help you get there, but if you can't and it's unsafe, we're not going to allow you to build. That's binary.
Council?
Open it up for discussion?
Well, we would have our public comment period if the council has sort of got their questions answered at this point, then we can go ahead and open up for public comments, but I want to make sure that the council's got their questions sort of answered at this point. Okay. All right. We'll move on then to item number 8. This is the public comment period. This is your opportunity to address the city council regarding your concerns or ideas that are relevant and germane to the municipal business that we're at hand. We're asking you to keep your comments to under 3 minutes, and we will allow up to 1 hour for the public comment period. So the time is now yours. I think that's what I have to say. The time is now yours for the public comments.
Okay, my name is Debbie Bratner, and I got some comments about the budget. So I have nothing against about the guys in the uniforms, but I was just listening to the budget, and I was thinking, at my house, I had to cut the costs, because I only got a 3% raise, and the utilities were going up, insurance is going up, property taxes were going up. And so I thought, well, geez, I got to do something. And so, these guys, they had to do some cuts. And so I thought, well, where can I make some cuts? Where's some luxuries I can get rid of? And so the first thing I thought about is, do I really need to have cable TV? So I got rid of cable TV. Darn it, I couldn't watch Red Sox games anymore. But we all have to make sacrifices. And so maybe these guys can go back and look and see where they can make cuts in their budget, just like I had to make cuts in my budget to live. that was a struggle, but my point is, if I have to give up something that I love, maybe these guys can go back in the budget. You know, and I was thinking about something Bo had mentioned a couple of weeks ago about the budget. Okay, and I've got to look at this because I can't remember. He said there was 4 accounts of the Amazon, and they were $86 a month, if I remember. So that's $344 a month for these 4 Amazon accounts. So that's $4,128 a year, as opposed to $1,032 a year. So if you only had one that you shared with the four people, or 4 different whatevers, that's $3,096 savings a year. So, you know, right there's $3,000 you could save. He said something about the meals that you could save. So, you know, there's places you could save money if you just looked. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Debbie.
I have 2 questions.
If you can give us your name for the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Denise Lastly.
Okay.
And my question is, who's on the zoning committee? Because I'm ignorant of that. And who is the developer? Who owns the property? Who is it that wants to make these changes?
For which property?
Up on the hill. So who's the zoning commission that decided that this would be okay? And then who is it that owns the property that wants to do it?
And part of public comment is we shouldn't engage in answering
It's a
questions
one-way.
and all that. It's kind of a one-way,
Okay.
we listen. But if you'll work with Jeff, right there,
Okay,
he has both those answers for you and he will take care of it.
okay,
Okay?
thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Denise. Right over here. So,
One more, okay.
okay.
If and when, I mean, I've always known that was gonna be developed up there. I knew that when I bought the house in 94. So what I ask is take care of us. How many years have we waited for that beautiful road and sidewalk that we got? I love that beautiful road and sidewalk. They did a wonderful job. It interfered with the summer, but construction does. I know it's beautiful, but it needs to come all the way to the state sheds. And how much longer do we have to wait for that? We've got kids growing up and running up and down that, you know, we need it. We need that sidewalk to go all the way up, whether the zoning changes or not. That needs to go up there. And what's been done is beautiful. But can we not wait another 20 years before we get the rest of
We
it?
understand. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Christine Epling, and first of all, I do not envy your job or your position. I want to make note that I am submitting a copy of both the petition and summary and email that I sent the council today, this morning and yesterday, that they may be included in the official minutes of this meeting. Please note that I retain the addresses for their confidentiality reasons, but if you need very authenticity of the signees, then I'll have that upon your request. Council members, I do appreciate and thank you for this opportunity. I come with sincere respect for the responsibilities you have. The first point I want to make is at the planning meeting, I was there and I was under the understanding that the engineer, when he presented the subdivision up here, that there was a plan for 400 houses. So I'm not sure why at the current R112 zoning. That's what I heard when I was there, and that's what they voted on was R112. If they kept it there, there would be 400 houses. If it was R18, then it would go down to 650 houses, about that. So that's one comment I had to make on that. After researching and listening and speaking with members of our community, I understand that the proposed zoning will not stop homes from being built, and that is okay. We acknowledge the broader challenge also, that there is a housing shortage in Utah and that the market is eager for more affordable options. But we must ask ourselves, what is at what cost? This is the timing. Studies show that inflation, sorry guys, inflation actually prohibits growth that, let me read it here. More residential development does not automatically mean more revenue for the city because of the infrastructure strain upon the city that they do. So my position as a citizen is the infrastructures, when you add more people and you add more housing, you're not growing at a balanced rate because you're adding more liability for the cities. You're adding more services, and the impact fees are not going to cover that. Our schools are overcrowded. You know that, and our infrastructures, but if these foundational pieces were in place, if the schools had room, the sidewalks were poured, the businesses were thriving, perhaps we could see high density as a viable tool for our growth strategy, but we're just not there yet. I also learned that in 2020, this is an example of impact on inflation on cities, that in 2020, Tremonton City had the funds available to complete the sidewalk from the freeway to freeway, but we could barely cover the fraction of the cost once they came around to do it because of inflation. Fast track growth is not the way to go. We're not here to say no to growth. We're advocating you to say yes to smart growth, to ensure that the infrastructure leads development and development doesn't lead infrastructure. We are asking you to protect our community by planning for its future with care and caution and compassion, and to protect the values and the properties of the people who are already on the hill. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to be out of time. I'm so sorry.
Denise or Christine, what was your last name again? Excuse me.
Epling, and I have a copy if you want that.
Epling?
Yeah.
And please, we're asking you to, they're addressing the council, and we're asking you not to clap and.
I didn't expect that. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and the council members. My name is Lisa Harrow, and I work at Garland Elementary, and I'm in the ED program. So I get the privilege of working with behavior students and students that have emotional needs. And prior to that, I was at North Park. Sorry, got to put my readers on so that I can read and stay focused here. I stand here tonight deeply concerned about the impact the proposed rezoning and resulting growth will have on our schools, and most importantly, on our children. Over the past few years, we have seen the number of students with behavior needs more than double in the general ed classrooms. This isn't just a number to me. It reflects children struggling with stress, anxiety, and challenges that grow when schools become overcrowded and resources become stretched thin. Currently, Garland Elementary has 5 classes per grade level with around 30 students packed into the classrooms. This high student-to-teacher ratio makes it incredibly difficult for teachers to give every child the attention and support they need. Our classrooms are overcrowded, our hallways and cafeteria are noisy and busy, and even the school buses are overcrowded, which all creates an environment that can increase stress and behavior issues. The new homes proposed in this development will send many more children to our already packed schools. More students means even larger class sizes, more strain on the children, teachers, and supporting staff, an increase in behavior and children who don't get the help they desperately need. It means teachers working longer hours, stretched thinner, and ultimately, it means our children suffer. We need growth that matches the capacity of our schools, not growth that overwhelms them. Before approving any zoning changes, I urge you to think about what this means for the schools in our area, for its teachers, and for every child who walks through those doors hoping to learn, grow, and succeed. Every single one of those children matter. Thank you for listening and for considering the real impact on our community's children.
Thank you, Lisa.
My name is Lisa Christensen, and I want to address a little more about the landfill that was there. The map that I received, I didn't live here in the 1960s when the landfill was there. My husband did, and several others that I've talked to did. And they have described to me where it was at. The map that I've seen is in that same area. So that is one of my concerns. And it's common knowledge for the long-term residents that this site was used for decades as unregulated dumping ground, everything from tires and household appliances to oil, gas, and industrial waste, and discarded there without oversight. Animals, everything was allowed to dump there. The landfill was closed in the mid-1990s, but does not mean that it is safe to build homes on top of it, especially not without full environmental review. And if I'm wrong, I apologize, but this is the information that I was given. I spent a couple hours down at the county courthouse today trying to find documentation of where that landfill is, and the only thing they could give me after the couple hours was the name of the people who owned the land and the people who currently own the land when the landfill was there in the 60s. And I'm sure you guys know what years. I don't know all the years that was there. But under Utah law, specifically the Solid and Hazardous Waste Act, any post-closure development on a landfill site must require a permit from the Department of Environmental Quality. This process includes a detailed environmental assessment as well as a 45-day public comment period. These steps are not optional. They exist to protect the health and future of the residents and the financial liability of the city. If the city proceeds with rezoning or development approval without initiating this process, it risks bypassing state law and exposing Tremont to serious legal and environmental consequences. Building homes over unknown buried hazards without proper soil testing, groundwater monitoring, and methane gas venting is reckless. And when these problems eventually surface, it will not be the developers who pay, it will be the residents. It will be our city, and it could lead to long-term lawsuits and cleanup costs. I'm not opposed to growth. I'm not anti-growth. I do appreciate the comments that, is this the right time? Is this the right time? And I don't believe it's the right time to change the zoning there. I also have some other information about the codes, the Utah administrative codes, and the post-closure. I have some other information if you would like this about the potential health and safety hazards. So that's my comment about the landfill. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Hi, my name is William Pickett. I live up there in the Country View development and just wanted to put some points out that I've noticed in the years that I've lived there. And one of those is that when you were working on approving the previous development that went in, I can't remember what the name of it was, the new houses that are up there, Lookout Point, yeah. Some things that we noticed was that our water pressure dropped from 80 pounds to 60 pounds during certain parts of the day when it was used by the new houses. That's okay, I guess, but the variation has been a problem. Other thing is, during that same time period, it was pointed out that in that development, there was no exit road. There was only one road in, and it was pointed out that that was a violation of code, which was allowed to happen. You can't do that. This new development would apparently take care of that, but that's not something that I would like to see at this point if it's high density. The rocks in there, the underground streams that are in there, several of the houses have found out when it rains, they end up with water in their basements. And that's just one of the features. The other thing was, since they closed the road over the freeway, the traffic on 1000 has increased about fourfold. And do they pay attention to the speed limit? No. They're running 50 miles an hour down that street. And there are no sidewalks. And we've got kids and people walking their dogs and stuff like that. So please, take this into consideration. High-density housing is not meant for hillsides. City of Los Angeles found that out in the last go-around with the firestorms on their hillsides. Thank you.
Thank you, William.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Purcell, and I live on Country View Drive. Do you remember when you were a kid that you got to ride your bike and walk and play in the neighborhoods? Up in my little neck of the woods, we still do, and it's wonderful, and it's terrifying. Because every day, kids walk, they ride their bikes to the bus stop, to friends' houses, by themselves and with families. But with increased traffic, speeding vehicles, distracted driving, it puts them at unnecessary risk. You add in the topography of the low visibility on that hill, and it is scary. And right now, from my understanding, you're proposing not only 400, but maybe 600, 700, 800 homes. Every single child on that hill is at a higher risk. In addition to the risks posed by the construction vehicles, those are really high up. They have a really hard time seeing kids. Not to mention, they often lack the proper safety measures, creating hazardous conditions for children who may not recognize the risks. Right now, I'm on a group text of moms who are worried about the geological studies already going on, the big holes in the ground that our kids are used to playing around. I understand we need to watch our children, no one's saying we don't. But by adding more construction, by adding more vehicles, we're really making our kids more vulnerable. Their smaller stature makes them hard to see, their unpredictable movements make them more at risk, and their developing judgment means they often misjudge vehicle speeds. Tragically, accidents involving children are often preventable, but the best way is to prevent it and not have more traffic, more big vehicles, and more construction. Right now, I urge you to consider waiting on any more development, but especially extra development on that area. We're talking about the right time and the right place. I don't think that this is either one. I think it would be really, really poor planning to put low-income housing in a high-cost area to build. To excavate on the hill is expensive. How are we going to put lower-income housing when it costs so much more to build? And what are we doing? Are we really going to say, and my understanding was we were getting one more outlet, even if we have two, that would make a total of 5 outlets for 900 homes at this point if you're adding in what's already there. Not to mention, I do a lot of my stuff in Tremont, and I'm not going to drive a half a mile further west to go up. Even if we have another output further west, are people going to use it? In an evacuation, possibly, but it's not a viable option. It's not a good option. Can we just slow it down? Let us get some better infrastructure, let us get better sidewalks, and let us really be using our best judgment in where to put this higher density housing, because I don't think that the hill is where it should go. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tiffany.
I'm Stan Smith, and I live on that hill. Matter of fact, I live very close to the end of the populated area up there right now. I'm second house from the west. We bought up there 25 years ago with a lot of promises from Tremont City, from the people that owned the property, and other situations too that have never come true. One of those things being secondary water, another one being the road surfaces being upkept and stuff. And for the 20 years since we built our home there, we've seen nothing but empty promises on those fronts. And there's always a reason. There's always a reason that there can't be secondary water. There's always a reason that we can't even have proper road surface up there. And I understand that there's budget constraints and stuff like that. But I think that personally, I really believe that we're moving at a very fast rate. And I think that to put high-density housing on that hill is a big mistake. And I think one day it's going to come back and bite us all if this happens. I have the same concerns that many people in Tremont do. We've watched our water bills go up. We've watched our water usage go down. We've watched a lot of things take place and a lot of building take place in Tremont. And I really question if we feasibly have the ability to incorporate the things that we need to in the infrastructure to put this kind of housing on that hill. And I'm like many others, I really question what that's going to turn into. There's places on that hill that are very steep, and if people are, if they're allowed to build on those hillsides and stuff, and it's been proven time and again in Utah that to allow people to build on these hillsides, and especially large structures, multi-level structures and stuff that they don't take into consideration the footing, what it's taking to really put in adequate footings for these types of structures. And I'm just very concerned about what will happen. And we bought the property up there, and we've always known that there would be homes on that hill. We're not against the growth or anything like that. But, and yes, I agree that there's been some improvements in this road on the lower end. But that road that goes across the top of that hill is not going to be sufficient for all the traffic. And when you're talking 800 homes, that's an awful lot of traffic on the hill.
Thank you, Stan.
Very quick. Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'm Norm Furtick. I live on the Hill, and I thank the council for allowing me to address them. I hope I'm not throwing a spanner in the works here. This is something you're probably not prepared to listen to. One of my grandsons, who knows his stuff in his ramble up there, tells me he discovered what he's pretty sure is a rattlesnake den. I told you weren't expecting this. Now, I know that people are more important than rattlesnakes, at least Republicans are, but I know the state, sorry.
Whoa.
I know the state thinks the world of rattlesnakes because they've legislated protection for them. They're not to be molested in any way, and this can easily be verified by simply looking up the statutes. The trouble is, if we build around them so as not to disturb them, who's going to want to live there? And is there any liability that accrues to the township if somebody's bitten? Or having allowed housing to be built in what we must have considered a hazardous area? Hazardous in the sense that poisonous snake bites are hazardous. I'm just throwing this out for whatever folks you want to do about it. I'd ignore it, frankly. I'd turn Nelson's blind eye on it as quickly as possible if I were you. But if you do, take a good look at it. You're going to find yourselves in hot water if you do anything to bother those rattlesnakes. All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We needed that.
Hi, I'm Troy Forrest. I live up there too, but I served for about 10 years on the Planning Commission. And we created a master plan at that time and went through all that process. And I thought it was pretty well thought out. And we talked about where we were going to put houses and what kind and why. And this was zoned the way it was zoned for a purpose at that time. And frankly, a developer coming in and saying that, and buying the land, he knew what it was zoned. It was zoned R112. He was 100% aware of that when he bought it. If he wasn't, he didn't do his due diligence. And so why would we just, his request, change the zoning and make it more dense? We've been through the process. We created the zoning plan. Brett was the councilman that was over the planning commission. I don't know if you still are. But You know, if we're gonna spend that time and take that effort, let's stick with it. That was planned out. Let's not just, when somebody buys something and they wanna change it, that's not why we change it. That's not why we have a planning and zoning commission. They're to think out in front and decide where it fits. We don't have developers come in and dictate to us what we're gonna do with our town. That's why we have a planning commission. That's why we set out a master plan, we vet it with the citizens, we make sure that everybody's comfortable with it, and we move forward. We don't, every time some piece of property changes hand, come here and rezone it. That's not the purpose. That's not why we do it. And that's why people are upset and here. How many times do you get this kind of show up at your city council meeting? Not very often. So you know people are lit. So just do the right thing. Table it, move away, move on, tell him no. That's your prerogative. We'll back you up in that. If not, we'll find new guys to sit there.
Thanks, Troy. Good evening. I'm Robert Wood. I live on the hill. I'm going to address a point that, for all the good points that have been raised here, something that hasn't come up. I retired after 30 years in law enforcement. And in all that time of government service, I was told at a great many opportunities, we need to do more with less. And I know what that means. But what I want y'all to understand is that high population density invariably leads to high crime. And nobody around here is, for all the other good things that have been pointed out, one of the nice things about living in a city like Tremont, and the reason that it hasn't been pointed out, is because people don't think of it as a problem because it isn't one yet. You start putting in high-density housing up there, it's going to be. This all will probably tell you, it's inescapable. Higher population and density brings higher crime. Before we add another 250 houses to the plan that's already been zoned for 4, I think somebody needs to think about how we're going to police that area. What's our manning like for our police station, for our police department? You know, what are the facilities? How many officers are we going to have to add to make sure that nobody's going to, like, say, a domestic violence call alone without backup? These are very real concerns, and it's a luxury that this idea hasn't been brought up. But you start talking about high income, or rather high density housing, it's going to come up. The time to think about how we're going to deal with that is before that comes about. I'd just like that to be considered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your name again, sir?
Robert Wood.
Robert Wood.
Yes, my name is Norman Fakui, and I guess I'm standing here and in a very unpopular situation, but I'd like to just make a couple clarifications that have been brought up tonight. So I was one of the partners that purchased the property 18 years ago. At that time, it was zoned R112. And if you compare what has happened between 18 years ago and what things look like today, it's significantly different. When we were looking at doing the initial development, lots were selling for $30,000 a piece. A home on that hill would have gone for $150,000 to maybe $200,000. The issue that we're dealing with here, pure and simple, is affordability. And I guess it's my concern that affordable homes are available in Tremont. I was born here, raised here, my whole life. Tremont is my community. Tremont was the home of my grandparents, my parents, and I would hope it would be the home of my children. I have 2 that live in the area right now, and I'd love to have them all live next to me. I don't know of a better place to raise a family than Tremont. But the reality is it has to be an affordable situation for that to happen. The other issue, I guess I'd just like to quickly address is the landfill. I was around back in the 1960s. I remember where that landfill was, and it's not on this property. If it was, we would have purchased it. But it was the county landfill that was on the west side of that mountain. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Norman.
There was a comment made by the gentleman who was up.
Your name, sir?
Oh, I'm Jonathan Pearson. I live up on 1000 North. There was a comment made that the idea is that they have a large piece of property, and so there is a way that you could put all the housing that should belong for that entire thing into a smaller portion and do the higher density housing there, and then the rest would just be open in perpetuity. My concern is if that happens, like really, I'm afraid that doing the high density housing, you're going to erode trust from people who are up in the neighborhood. Obviously, not everybody feels that way, but many of us do, that we came up there knowing the kinds of space that there would be up there on that hill, and we're there because we like that. And if we shrink that down to the higher density housing, our trust is eroded at that point, knowing that we can't know what to trust there from the city. And then the idea that the rest of that is just gonna remain open in perpetuity, I have a hard time believing that. I feel like these gentlemen are going to be working hard to get more changes in the future so that they can put more housing up there anyway. And so our trust will be weak, and I don't think that we're gonna find it difficult to take the word of the city that the ordinances that we have in place even mean anything at that point. That's it for me.
Thanks, Jonathan.
I'm Jonathan Butler. I live over on 2300 West, north of McDonald's. Few points that I wanted to point out is I remember, I want to say a year or two ago, we had a meeting at the fairgrounds regarding River's Edge subdivision. And multiple people got up and commented, addressed the community, one of which was about water. At the time, they noted that they had bought a couple bad wells, and at that time, they said that the water at the time was good for 1,250, another 1,500 homes, because everybody was living conservatively on water. And that wasn't because of drought enforcements. However, that was at a time of drought when the rest of the state was cut back. That was previous to me remembering the visionary subdivision across from the hospital being built. That I don't think that was factored in yet because that hadn't been started. Multiple other developments hadn't been started yet. So my question is partly on the water source that will be able to mandate all this stuff. I know that the more houses we bring in, it doesn't necessarily mean revenue to the city. I've been to planning meetings previous, and they've talked about the progression in building and trying to get business in to bring money and revenue. And I've heard that we have got a Walmart coming in, and I was honestly excited until I found out it was just a grocery store. It's not a place that we can get clothes and stuff like that. I don't think we're running low on grocery stores. I don't think we're running low on fast food. I don't think we're running low on those type of things right now. We have nothing to keep people in our communities. You're familiar with all the high density housing I have behind us. I've had friends move out because in 1 year, a year and a half, they had their rent raised up multiple times because of that. And so if you go to high density housing, just because we get high density housing doesn't mean that the rates are going to stay affordable. And I want to say at one time, it was mentioned that the average income figured was about 60 grand a year. But the average house is around 300,000 starting home. So how do the younger people, be able to afford that kind of money? And I just don't see it happening. We can take things slower and keep it under control a little bit. We don't need to grow so fast and kill ourselves the way that we think it needs to happen.
Thanks, Jonathan.
My name is Robert Epling. I heard it said here last week that if you don't grow, you die. That's garbage. That is not true. You don't have to grow your city to an exorbitant amount to survive as a city. I have a few points that I'd like to make. So I purposely moved my family here, I don't know, 16, 17 years ago. I've lived in Logan, Provo, Salt Lake, Ogden, and I purposely chose to reside in Utah because I felt it would keep my family the safest. I've lived in those places where I didn't feel that my family was in a safe place, and recognizing and watching all the evil and wickedness coming into our areas and seeing that they hit cities first, I said, I need to be as far away from that as I can be. So I moved to Tremont, and it's been an incredible thing for our family. And I purposely built in a place, we live up on the hill that we're talking about, purposely built in a place where there are no apartments, no townhomes, no duplexes, all single-family houses, for that very reason, because those types of homes breed crime. And we didn't want that. The only time our family has had crimes committed against us is in multifamily homes that we lived in. Never in any other place. So that tends to happen. The people who live in an apartment do not have a vested interest in the place they live. They don't have money in that. It's just rental. They're going to be out before you know it. Same thing with townhomes. Most often they're there just for a little bit, transient, and then they move out until they can get a home. I keep hearing that nobody's going to be able to afford a house. Nobody can afford a house. But the Inland Port, in their initiative, the authority says that one of their big goals is to bring in high-paying jobs. And those high-paying jobs are not going to look for an apartment. They're going to want a house. And they're not going to look up on the hill and say, oh, there's an apartment up there. I'm going to live in that. I'm going to rent that. They're going to be looking for homes. And if they did go into an apartment, they're going to want a house. But they're most likely going to move away from where those apartments and townhomes are. Our property values are going to go down if apartments and townhomes move in up there. The people who live in that area purposely bought up there for the way that neighborhood is built. And if we change that, it's going to change everything, and people are going to start moving away. Government it's not the job for the government to manipulate the market and bring prices down for people. That's the job of the free market. And if we're in the business of market manipulation so that people can buy houses, that's not right. People need to suffer. You got to suffer. You got to rent for a while. Sometimes that's just how it is. And if we're just trying to force the system so that everybody can buy a house, it's going to hurt everybody. And all of our property values will go down as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert.
My name is Christy Bogut. I have two things really quick I want to visit with you with. The budget. I saw your pain. I saw how hard it was, and I did feel that. So for budget, everybody cuts their budgets. It's not going to kill you. I have to cut my budget at home when my taxes go up. Cut your budgets. Sorry, guys in blue. I do not think the police department needs those expensive trucks. SUVs are a lot cheaper. They're cheaper to run. They're cheaper to maintain. No excessive salary raises. And there are a couple that the salary raises are very excessive. Okay, now for the other, and I hope I do not lose. dear friends, over this. But I was at the Planning Commission meeting the other night, and that vote was taken on false pretenses. They were not given the information that we were given tonight to vote on. That vote should be rescinded, and the truth needs to come back to the Planning Commission and do it right this time. The residents on 1000 North bought into a lifestyle, and we are asking them to change that drastically. Just because not everybody can afford that type of a house does not mean that we should pigeonhole them. Listening to the budget talks this evening, I was told yesterday that high density is going to fix the tax issues, bring taxes down. It's not. We're going to have to hire more police, more crime, more EMTs. That means more vehicles, more city employees. It's not. So I just ask you to be really, really careful in what you're doing, but at least resend the vote, and let's do it right this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Christie. Before we get started, we're going to try to close public comment. I told you, we mentioned 1 hour. So let's, if you've got something new that you need to share with us, we would like to hear what you have to say, but we're going to try to close this up in the next little bit.
Hi, I'm Kathy Ransky. I live up in Country View Estates.
What's your name again?
Kathy Ransky. And I moved here 17 years ago. And I just wanted to address what the gentleman said about having affordable housing and how the prices have changed. Those prices have changed nationwide. This is not a phenomenon unique to Tremont. This has gone through the entire state. Utah survived the housing market crash, and that's when I moved up here, because we have people moving in. You had businesses moving in. My house, the property, when I look at it in my taxes, have gone up almost double what I paid to build that house that I live in. And I've got two nephews who live in, one in Colorado and one in California, and they're fighting the same type of problem that we have here. Adding housing is not the answer. Yes, you're going to need to build housing for people when they move in, when you have jobs to support that, when you have infrastructure to support that. I don't disagree with building. You've already zoned for one section to be built out. When you add high density, and I don't know what you mean by affordable, what constitutes affordable? Tell me a number. But how much housing in this state is being used for short-term rentals? That's a big problem in a resort area. And we're not immune from that either. I get companies like, we can buy your house for whatever. Airbnbs, VRBOs, short-term rentals, transient people. This is driving our costs up. We've got the silicone slopes that when I saw the new houses go up across from me, I was like, where do these people work? Where are the jobs in Tremont? And I'd like to see the jobs in Tremont and where these people work. They're either working from home, remote, or they're driving to Salt Lake City or Ogden because it's getting so big and busy down there, they're moving up here. So it just spreads that problem out. So I live on that road, I drive up and down 1000 and I ride my bike on there, and I tell you, I cringe every time I'm on that road without not being in my car. Trucks are going by, semis. People are speeding, not looking. Like several people have said tonight, let's do this smart. Let's stick with your original zoning and see where it goes. But throwing more density into that area is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Eric Richardson. I live up in Spring Acres, over on the hill, as with many of the people here. Lots has been said tonight. There's been over 125 people in attendance. Now, some of those are for students. There's some online as well. When the city manager and the city planner have talked about what can and can't be done, and if it can't get built, and then like certain infrastructure pieces, such as drainage and surveying and wildlife and all of those, then there's no future growth. But what you've missed is the damage is already done. It's too late. The builder says they're gonna do something, nobody's gonna hold the builder accountable. They're gonna leave and move on, and the city and the residents are the ones left with the ability or lack of ability from those developers. The city council is elected by the people for the residents of the city, not for future residents, not for people trying to come in, not for developers. They're here to support us, and we're here to support you. We need to work as a team. I actually want to quote you, Mayor Holgram, when you stood for your candidacy to run for mayor. You said that we are growing, and as we do, critical decisions have been made and will still need to be addressed regarding health and safety, limited natural resources like culinary and secondary water, critical infrastructure including but not limited to roads, wastewater, and of course, taking a little more pride in our community. I stand for those same things. And that is one of the reasons I voted for you to become the mayor. I don't know if things have changed, but I feel like some things have shifted. Changing from an R12 to an R8 is increasing housing density by 33%, regardless of number, regardless of 400 or 600 homes. I have serious concerns about more cars, more traffic, more crime, concerned about the safety and management of resources, including water. By the way, I do like the growth of the multi-sport complex. That's a big check mark, a plus, 2 thumbs up for me. My fear is that the city is threatening us with 600 houses as a ploy or a distraction to convince us that an additional 400 is okay. I'm here for smart growth. I want to grow the city reasonably, but we do need to be smart about it. And changing to an R8 shouldn't even be a discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's have
So
maybe
one more
one
there,
more
Rod.
comment, and
She's
then.
been in line.
Okay, we'll do.
Got 2.
Okay,
Okay, mine's quick. Okay, my name's Ann Carter, and I do work at Garland Elementary. And one of the things that with the high density and with the extra houses, I do live up also off of 1,000 as well. And I've been there for 19 years, and I've seen the construction and the interstate. We were told, it's been a long time, that sidewalk would go all the way down. So I do have an issue with the safety as well. But back to Garland Elementary. All of us here hopefully voted in the last election. And one of the things that was on that last election was the school bond. On that school bond, nearly 68% of people voted it down. And that's all of us here. Well, some of us here throughout the whole entire county. But one of the things that was on there was the schools. We don't have the capacity for our schools, and right now we don't have the money because we don't have the bond, because 68% of people voted it down. So I think that we're getting ahead of ourselves. If we have, 300 to 400, 500 homes up there, there's going to be children that are going to go to these elementary schools, our middle schools, our intermediate schools. We don't have the room for 400 extra students, 500, 600 extra students. So until we have the capacity, I think, to, educate the extra kids that are going to come into the community, we need to pause for sure. Keeping it single-family homes, high density, would increase that number even higher. So that was it. Thank you.
thank you, Ann.
Council, my name is Marisha Menlove, and I grew up here in Tremonton. I've lived away. I lived in Colorado, Arizona, and during COVID, I brought my family to Utah as a safe haven, and I've not left. And I'm so grateful to raise my children in this great community around so many wonderful people in this room. And I also have similar feelings, and I relate to some of the things a lot of people have stood and said today. But I actually support this development. I have a different point of view. I support intentional growth over unplanned sprawl. I love the agricultural community that we live in. I love the open fields. I love I love driving into the valley and seeing all the green at this time of year. Up on the mountain, we can designate where housing is. We can build infrastructure and we can take some of the strain off of major city roads. It can be directed onto the freeway so people can quickly get to Hill Air Force Base, Amazon, Bullcraft, Nucor, without even hitting city streets. That's something that I think is really smart about this plan. The density brings people, but the density also brings taxpayer. It brings economy of scale. It brings other people to help solve some of the problems that we all see. We all want a safe place to raise our families. We all want to be able to afford to take care of our yards and our lawns. I live in Homegrown Estates, and we have great big luxurious half-acre, third-acre lots. Not everybody that lives here has the luxury to be able to take care of that. But a lot of the people in my neighborhood are struggling, and if you drive by, they can't water their lawn, they can't afford to hook up to secondary, and they can't afford fertilizer, nor do they have time to work in their yards because they're working 2 or 3 jobs to make their current mortgage payment. This density, what it brings, it brings open space, parks, mixed use, fully planned. It's an actual filled out subdivision, the first one that Tremonton will have. And there will be more to come. But Pat Burns, as the developer, has vetted experience. He's done this before. He's using the best engineers. He's planning. He's doing his due diligence on the front end. And it's our responsibility as a community to identify the things that we need as a community. I hear you have 150 kids trying to get on a school bus.
Marisha, you need to address us.
Coming out of, sorry about that, coming out of your subdivision. Let's ask Pat, how can we mitigate some of this? How can we create a bike trail that we can get all the kids to a safe space? So as a community, instead of beating him down, let's create some synergy. 1 + 1 = 3. Let's have him help us resolve some of these issues.
Thanks, Marisha. I'm going to close the public comment period. We've been at this for about an hour, so, but if you've got questions and you've got concerns and you still need to address them, we will be, we got a closed session that we've got, but we will be around, and if you've got questions, we've got Jeff and some of the others that can maybe try to answer some of those questions for you. So we don't want to leave you high and dry, but we do need to move on.
I had one question. I had a written letter from a member who couldn't make it. What should I do with that?
Could you give that to Bill here, and then we'll make sure we take care of that. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, we're going to move on now to our new council business. Council, we've got the discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 25-24, amending the interlocal cooperation agreement with Tremonton City Redevelopment Agency regarding tax increment funding in the Autoliv Solar Community Investment Project Area Number 1. So let's see, Bill, can you kind of bring us all up to speed on this? And we talked about this earlier this evening.
That's correct. The gentleman was here earlier to discuss this. Really what this is about triggering the provisions of the RDA that was developed for this particular project in this particular area to make sure that he, because it's ready to go, so that he gets the compensation that he's entitled to. Is that fair to say? Okay. So that's where we're at with it, and he was expecting that it had already been triggered, and for some reason there was some clerical miscommunication between us and the county, and he said, okay, I'm ready to get my compensation, and the county was like, no, you're not. So this is an effort to get that straightened out.
Okay, so kind of house cleaning right here.
Correct, and these are the same items that we'll be discussing later in the RDA. So.
Okay, perfect. Before, as people are leaving, I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody who has made comments this evening. They were very, very helpful, and I hope we, as a council, can take all of this into consideration as we make a decision. So I wanted to thank you, and I have failed to do so as I watch people walking out the door, so thank you. All right, we have a resolution on the table, council.
Make a motion that we adopt resolution number 25-24.
I'll second it.
Motion by Lyle Vance and seconded by Wes Eastep. Let's see, Wes, we'll start with you.
Wes, yes.
Brett, yes. Lyle Vance, yes.
Blair, yes.
Bo, yes.
Thank you, everybody. Motion passes. All right, discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 25-25, adopting the revised compensation and classification plan. Okay, we've had a lot of discussion and talk about this, and so why don't we, again, I guess we will turn it over to you, Bill, to kind of bring us all up to speed and bring the group up to speed as well. Council, most importantly, the council.
Thanks. So we have found a need to revise some of the positions listed on our organization chart and in our compensation schedule, as you see in the blue. And we have eliminated some positions and consolidated some positions, and otherwise just made the changes that you see there in blue.
Council, do you have any questions on this? Or Lindsay, do you want to add to this? No?
Seeing the judge is back on there. I know this is kind of off subject a little, but it looks like the judge will be back maybe.
That's our intention,
about it.
yes.
Not the judge, but a judge.
A judge.
Hopefully he's,
The
hopefully
judge.
he's not
I know
back.
more than the one judge. so.
Hopefully he's not back for a little while. Or a long while.
Earl Payne was a judge, so.
Are these step scales part of this same discussion?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so I have a question. These step scales were presented to us before we talked about 6% raises or the 3% COLA and the 3% other raise. Are we including those 6% into these step raises?
So
The step raise part of it and the 6%?
Correct, it's
If
both.
that's the case, why are we doing that?
Asked for clarification last meeting. I think that's what we ended at. 'Cause there was some.
Yeah, I just think if we've already asked for a raise and then we're throwing in another 6% on top of that raise, it seems like we ought to do one or the other.
So,
or reduce the step scale down to 6%. We ought to balance that.
That may be what you want to do. The reason why we've done both is because the STEP program is, gets people to a market rate. And then the 3% would be an increase due to the COLA. And then again, the 6% is not the number. It's the 6% includes a 3% COLA and then a 3% market adjustment to try to get us to stay, to
We're gonna
remain
do
competitive.
both in the same year? Both
We don't
adjustments?
normally do them in the same year, and we probably won't do the additional 3% market adjustment for some time, for the foreseeable future. Because these steps would get us to where we need to be, and then the 6%, the 3 and the 3, get us to remain competitive.
But I
Now-
thought you said the step got us to where we're
Market.
supposed to be already.
Correct, and then the 3 and the 3 would be to get the individuals on the step where they ought to be. So the 1 is we're establishing the steps and the pay grades and the 4 merit and the 4 certification and the 4 performance kinds of steps that they would get. And then the additional is just the cost of doing business.
I guess my heartache is I don't see a bottom line. I don't see what this is, how much this is affecting our bottom line.
Do we have that number? I mean, these increases in salary, in all of these salaries?
So the only new one is the fire departments this year.
Step raises.
Step increase.
Step
You
raises.
applied, or you approved the police department step scale last year.
Right. But if they're eligible for a raise on this, then they probably shouldn't be eligible for at least the 3%, because they're already getting.
They're already adjusted for the market. That's probably true. But again, the idea is that the department head would have and this is per the discussion that we had 2 weeks ago, the department head would have the discretion to apply that to the certain individual, whether that's the step or the additional 3%.
But probably not both.
But probably not both, but maybe both if you've got, like Bo pointed out, though, if you've got a rock star that's just doing really, really well, why not reward that kind of performance?
So this plan will come back next week too, because I have not added the COLA increases into this plan yet. I like to do that with the final budget because it could change and I don't want to have to change it again. So all this is just those, adding the fire department step scale, those couple different positions and title changes, that's all that's contemplated in this one.
Okay.
Next meeting, I will bring it back and all of these numbers will have gone up by the 3% COLA on all of the minimums and maximums, all of the step scales.
So Lindsay, that, the bottom line, this hasn't even taken effect against the budget you presented. It has?
And the
What?
The 3% is, that's in the budget that we went through earlier.
Just these numbers themselves haven't been changed
On
yet.
this chart, on these charts is what you're talking about.
Lindsay, I have a question on the fire stuff.
Yeah.
It's the hourly rate. I mean, was it calculated at the 2,900 hours on a full-time, not the 2080? That's a significant difference.
Yeah, you mean in the budget?
A 4896 shift is 2,900 hours that you're paying them, because you're paying them 24 instead of 2080, you know how you do. So, a $35 an hour for a police department's, the fire department, if that's the same hourly rate, is another $25,000. So that was calculated in this?
It's figured in the budget. This is just their hourly rates, but yeah, it would be hourly based.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if you figure $35 an hour, it's 99,000. If it's on 2080, it's 79,000.
And that was accounted for in the budget calculation.
Yes.
Absolutely. I mean, and if you'll notice, their rates are quite a bit lower than our police departments, and that's because they get 2,900 hours a year, not 2080 or 2184.
Okay, that's my question.
And they just took the numbers as was in our compensation scale before. If you'll notice, like the firefighter starts at 1855, that's what our compensation plan had before. 2202 for a paramedic. So they took those same numbers, I believe, and then just made the steps off of that.
And there's steps, and I think I got that. It's a step that they have to qualify for, and it's not just every year you're going to get that. You're going to get that if you whatever
qualify for it. That's
Parameters,
correct.
yes.
The budget has to be approved next time we meet.
That's correct. Yep.
So what are we voting on here?
The compensation and
On the
classification.
change in this compensation?
These changes as outlined.
But they will be updated.
Yes, this will come to you again next meeting, and all of those rates will be 3% higher because of the COLA, if that's what we.
So to vote on this today gives you the authority to go forward and make the changes, or?
No, all this is just approving those new positions and position names, and then the fire department step scale.
Okay. Any other questions, council?
I've compared these to the scales in other cities, and they're comparable, so I'm not uncomfortable with them. I'm just uncomfortable with our lack of funds to pay for things this year is all.
Well, we do have it is in the budget, we do have the funds, it's awfully tight.
Yeah.
Very, very tight. Okay, is that in the form of a motion?
Not yet. Just say no.
It's not.
I'll make a motion that we adopt 25-25 revising compensation plans.
Motion by Blair. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, well, seconded by Brett and also by Wes. Let's see, Brett, you're up.
Brett, yes. I think next year when we do this thing, there needs to be a third party, unbiased third outside party, go through these numbers and take a look at things. I feel a little bit uncomfortable with it.
I have in the budget a salary survey that would be done by the same company I use. It's called TechNet. It's an online system we use, but it would be him doing that survey for all of our positions in the city. And I think if I understood correctly, most cities don't use the minimum and maximum scales anymore. They do like a step scale anyway, so he would go through that and propose a whole new compensation plan for the entire city.
So we do know somebody that would do it.
Yes.
Do you know how much he would charge?
$17,000.
Yeah, I've checked into that. I've actually found two people and they're all about $17,000.
And there's things you can add, like he could do a whole, like look at every one of our job descriptions and fix them up. There's a whole range of things he could do if we want to pay for it.
Yeah, well, I think it would be still a good idea.
I know you're in the middle of a motion, but here's the cautionary tale on that, is that if you find that there are positions that are significantly underpaid, are you prepared then with that knowledge to bring people up to the anticipated or market rate? And if not, what message does that give to our employees?
Or decrease.
Or decrease. Well, I don't think we would ever decrease someone's salary based on a salary thing.
Well, it goes both ways.
It could go both ways, but again, if the council.
The game here is that we're not having one of our employees do this work. What needs to be a third unbiased party. That's the whole point I'm making.
Well, we're already subscribed to the service that Lindsay pointed out. It's a service called TechNet. It is a third party, and that's where these numbers come from. We didn't just pull them out of our ear. We definitely
haven't seen those numbers. We've never.
These
seen
are the
the
numbers.
spreads.
These are the numbers. We can provide them to you. Lindsay has access to.
It'd be nice to see that stuff.
Okay, we can.
Already put together a spreadsheet.
Yeah, we can get that to you tomorrow. We've looked at these numbers, and again, the question is, do you want to know? So.
Yeah, we do want to know.
Okay.
So, Lyle Vance, yes.
Blair, yes.
Because I did research to find comparables and we're in the range, yes.
All right.
Wes, yes.
Thanks, everybody. Motion passes. Thank you. And thanks for the discussion. That was very helpful. Thanks, Lindsay. All right, let's see. We're moving on now to item number C, discussion of approving an on-premise beer license for Western Billiards. New owner, Kevin Hosell. So we're just approving his online beer license. This is something they've already,
That's what I was gonna
They've been
say.
doing
I
this
thought
for-
we'd done this before.
Yeah.
Not too long ago,
Different guy.
didn't work out, so this is a new owner.
Oh, that, because the ownership changed, I see.
And yeah, the licenses don't transfer. You have to come.
Okay, that's why. All right. Okay, council.
Did you see any problems I've read his thing and all
They
that.
have to provide a BCI background check. Our police department does a background check.
Yeah.
We didn't.
Know him, but. I'll make a motion, we adopt.
Adopt a beer
Not
license.
even a resolution.
It's not, it's just, we're doing.
Motion, we approve the online beer license.
Okay, motion by Wes,
I'll second it.
second by Brett. Let's see, I think this is just all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion, or we've approved the on-premise beer license. All right, item D, discussion and consideration of adopting ordinance number 25-10, rezoning parcels 06-059-0082 and 05-175-0030, located at 3800 West and 1000 North, from residential district R112 to residential district R18. Council, we've had a lot of discussion, a lot of public comment on this issue. Do Do we need any more, do we need any more brought forward from Jeff, or questions for Jeff or Bill at this point?
I have a lot to say.
Okay, let's let it rip.
Okay.
I have some questions also.
Okay, let's
Did you want
have.
to ask yours first? Oh,
I just, I'm the new guy, so don't beat me up. I'm just asking, what, do we have a master plan as it relates to planning and zoning? You know, the comments were made about it 10 years ago, you know, that was zoned that way. As it relates to a percentage of high density, you know, correlative to single-family homes, do we have a standard metric that we're following to not let that get completely out of whack? What, you know, what is our stance on that, and what has been set in place to govern that?
Mayor, if I may? So this is it's a good question, and the primary way that we regulate these kinds of things is through the zoning ordinance itself. The density that you expect is the density that you zone for.
Right.
And that's exactly the question that we're considering tonight. Should we allow for, instead of R112, which it's currently zoned, which allows for about 3.5 units per acre, should we change that to R18, which allows for about 5.5 units per acre? That's the question. Planning Commission considered it, made a determination that they were in favor of the rezone request, and that's their recommendation to you. State code requires that Planning Commission make a recommendation. If they can't come to a place where they can make a recommendation, that's considered a negative recommendation. But they forwarded a positive recommendation to the city council. Ultimately, it's a legislative decision, so it does fall to the city council to decide. And again, the questions are, is this the right time, and is this the right place for this kind of thing? The general plan seems to support this kind of development or density. And again, the Planning Commission recommended approval by the.
How does the general plan support it?
The general plan supports this kind of density and this kind of development in the body of the general plan itself, where it says this is what's anticipated here.
I don't think I understand that. Isn't that what the zoning is for?
Well, the zoning is
What
where.
dictates the,
Yeah, the zoning is
density?
where the entitlements, the legal entitlements are. So right now, they're entitled to the 3.4 units per acre density. If you change that, the general plan can change it, but it doesn't change the number of units they're entitled to by the ordinance. You have to enact an ordinance to change the zoning that would allow for that higher density.
I think to add to what Bo's trying to ask, I mean, from a banking standpoint, the standard is if I wanted to get a subdivision approved or some buildings put in a subdivision, I go to the bank and they come back and ask me, what does that market area hold? And they would come back to me and say, if you've got 20% rental apartments and or condos and townhomes up to 30% and residentials up to 50%, you have a healthy real estate market. And so that's kind of my question too, with our general, plan and that type of stuff. Where do we stand with multi-housing, with apartments? I don't know what that number is. I mean, that's what I'm to be driving our general plan is if we're getting too overbuilt in the townhomes and condos, the bank would say, no, we don't want to get in that market because it's overbuilt.
Sure.
Well, we need to be having the same kind of standards within Tremont and City, so we know if we've approved a bunch of multi-housing, we're to a limit we don't want anymore.
So that's also a good point. We don't have the mechanism in place to specifically and explicitly address a percentage like that. We allow the markets to deal with those kinds of things. We live in a free market society and all of that messiness that's entailed with that. Again, it's a good point that you bring up, because if the percentage is out of balance, then lenders won't give them money to complete their project. But if a lender looks at the market and says, wow, this area is way underserved for apartments, they would go ahead and lend for that kind of development.
All I'm trying to say is we need to have that, some kind of standard like that here at Tremont City.
Brett says he's got some of that information. I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Okay, so this may take a minute. I hope I'm not interrupted, but I got a few things to say. I've been thinking a lot over the last couple months about things that have been going on, and I've come to the realization after almost 12 years on the city council that our job as city council is to listen to the people. Okay, and we represent the voice of the people. And you know what, Bill, you brought that up earlier, which I thought was a valid point.
Amen.
What we need to determine as city council is we need to support the majority. And sometimes that's where the debate comes, right? We don't know if this is the majority or not, but somehow we need to represent the people and the majority of them and their feelings. As you said, Bill, is now the time. It's good growth, as it was said in one of our meetings, or smart growth. I think they're the same thing, you know? Mrs. Esplin brought up a good comment about the same thing, is now the time. I've had a couple of people comment to me about school growth, and it's easy for me to say, not my problem. It's easy to say that, right? But I had another constituent remind me that us bringing growth to the city does affect schools, you know. Now, I think the school needs to have a better policy in place on preparing for future growth. And that, I think that's where their policies fail, okay? Because they'll tell you that they're not allowed to plan for growth. They can only build for what's currently in place. So that's another subject. But I do think that our general plan is from 2002, our main general plan. It's old, it's outdated, and it's not what we currently need in our city. I think that we need to take the time and create a general plan with communication with the citizens and develop what do we want our area to look like. I feel very strongly about that. And that plan should include communication with the school district so we can at least keep them in the loop on what we're doing and what our plan is so that they can plan for their future.
Which we did attend a school board meeting on a committee that we were invited to yesterday, and we gave them a lot of feedback on what's coming at us.
Good.
So just
Good.
FYI.
Yeah, and I
We've
think
started that communication.
I think we need to do more of that.
Yeah.
The general plan also needs to include in itself these questions of safety, fire, roads, the police department. All that needs to be figured out in our general plan. Where am I going with this? Currently, we're at a 70-30 mix. So we have 70% single-family housing and 30% multi-housing. Okay? With what we have approved and or moving in the future, that is a 60-40 mix. In other words, 60% multi-housing and 40% single-family. If you bring those together, that will move us up to a 60-40%. So that would put us at 40% multi-housing versus.
That's with approved projects.
Yeah. So here's some of my concerns. Now, if we also look at some of our concepts, and please, everyone needs to understand, when we're looking conceptual, we could be looking 50 years down the road. I mean, a long ways, right? But just, this is people that have approached us and have said, let's start building, or we may want to build in your city. If we move towards a 70-30 mix, and remember, I think this mix needs to be identified in a general plan with communication with the citizens, and we figure out what we think would work for our city. That will triple our population in whatever period that takes place, okay? That's huge. That's 32,000 residents. What I think we should do is I think we should slow down. I think we should stop developing to the point that we do not change any more zoning.
So I want to caution.
With making, this is what I'm feeling from the citizens I'm talking to. And I think I've talked to a mayor from another city, and this is a concept that they have put in place, and it's working. But I think what we need to be doing is, I think we need to, and I'm not saying stop, we need to take enough time to develop our general plan so that it drives our zoning and it drives everything we're going to be doing in the future, instead of us doing everything and hoping the general plan catches up with us. And it's not just this group, but we had the same thing with a group out south from here. And we had another group that come talk to us, and it may feel like this is a minority, but we got a minority coming from each section and talking to us, and to me, this feels more like a majority. So all I'm saying is I think we need to take the time to develop our general plan, and then I think we can use that general plan to then start driving how we're going to start zoning and changing in the future. That's my opinion.
I think that's a good suggestion. If it's really been more than 20 years, a general plan really is only good for about 20 years before you need to do a comprehensive update. Unfortunately, they cost about $100,000. I'm just going to put a pin in that. So the other thing that you mentioned is slowing down growth. And we need to be very careful how we approach that kind of thing, not because we care about what developers think about us, but we need to say words like conscientious and careful and those kinds of things, and not slow.
And I would agree with that.
Because
slow is really the wrong word.
The problem is that people have property rights. And if you, as a property owner, whether you inherited it from your grandfather or you bought it last week for $1 million, you have rights that are associated with those properties. And one of those rights that you have is the right to develop. And this is where cities get in trouble, is if we say that we're going to slow down or halt or otherwise obstruct people from their property rights, then we get sued and we lose, and our entire ability to govern what goes on the property goes out the window. So I realize this is not what you're saying, but we just need to be very, very careful about how we approach this kind of thing. If we're imposing too much on people's property rights, we're going to lose, and lose big. And it's not a place where we want to be. That's number one. Number two is, there are ways that we can do what's called a moratorium on development, okay? And there are two legal reasons, or two legal places where we can go to enact a legal moratorium. The first is if there is a significant lack of infrastructure, okay? But in order to do that, we have to have identified the need and put a plan in place to both fund and implement a remediation for that. In Pleasant View, we did a moratorium on issuing building permits because we ran out of water. It was literally.
Is there a time frame on those moratoriums?
Not necessarily, but we have to, when we do it, we have to give a time frame of when we're going to address it. Because again, people have the right to develop, and the fact that we don't have water is not their fault. So we have to say, okay, we have to, because of a health, safety, and welfare concern, we have to pause on building permits. But in 18 months, we're going to be back up. We're digging new wells and putting in new infrastructure. In 18 months, we're going to start issuing building permits again. Then you're okay. The other reason to do a moratorium is a general plan update. And a general plan update, again, has to be, before you declare the moratorium, you have to have someone in place or a mechanism in place to get that thing written and adopted and a time frame in which you're going to do it. Say 12 months, whatever a reasonable time frame would be. Those are the only two legally defensible reasons that you can put a pause on development. But you'll find that because you're not eliminating people's property rights, all you're doing is putting a pin in it to come back later, and all of the pent-up demand that you had kind of paused comes back with a vengeance. And we saw that in Pleasant View, where we had very few building permits, obviously, because the moratorium was in place. And then once that was lifted, the floodgates opened and everything just came through. So I really do like what you're saying, and I especially like that you're being responsive to the needs, concerns, desires, thoughts of the community. That's so huge. But there are ways to go about it that are appropriate and will meet those needs, and yeah.
So I think what we do is we just manage that growth.
That's what we do.
Part of managing that growth means we have sat down as a planning commission, and we have set ordinances, and we have set zones to what we felt and what they should be. And I think we just stick to those. You know, and instead of having people come in and just say, well, we want to change the density of this, we want to do this. Let's just move forward with what we got until we can develop our general plan and get input, and we get everyone involved in it, and then we can come out. We may have numbers, we may have goals, we may have things that will drive us that will say, this is where we want to go. And we want to have a density of this versus this. And then it'd be a lot easier to come to the public and say, you know, part of our general plan has this in it. This is what we want to do. And people will resist. I understand. And that's okay, you know, because that's what we're here for, is to listen to that and make adjustments, right?
Yep.
But I just felt we've got to take the time to get this under control.
All right. Any other discussion, council? So at this point,
I have a follow-up question.
Yeah, please.
When we talk about a moratorium, what exactly would that entail?
We'd have to pass
On zoning?
We'd have to pass an ordinance basically on issuing building permits, but we would not.
Building permits.
And we would not accept subdivision applications. People could still come in and ask for zone changes.
So the general plan is done.
Yeah.
Can I ask a few more questions about the general plan process?
Sure.
What does that look like?
It's pretty.
It's about $100,000.
It's ballpark, depending on the product that we're hoping for. If it's just a gentle update, it could be less than that. If it's a comprehensive thing, which sounds like we may need, it could run quite a bit of money. So we'd do an RFP for that and, hire someone to.
Is this something we're talking about for the whole community, or are we
It would be the whole
talking about
community
just?
and the
general plan?
annexation
Yeah, the
area.
general plan would, but the moratorium is where I'm kind of getting
No,
at.
that would be for the whole city.
It would be the whole community.
Just speaking out loud from the phone calls and the emails and everything that I have taken, I think there would be a general appetite for that from the citizens.
Okay.
I don't think we can prove it, Bo. I think we have what we need for these subdivisions that we're letting come in now. You know, it's gonna take a big process to figure out, we know we're gonna outgrow the sewer. It's not because of this subdivision or that subdivision. We just know the city's gonna grow, and we've budgeted very well for them updates on that we've had, but sooner or later, that sewer plant's gonna be too big. Whose fault's that? Is it ours for letting more people come in? Is it that we didn't build it big enough when we started? There's just so many things that come in with growth and all that. We're gonna have to hire more firemen, buy more cop cars. All that comes with growth, and a moratorium, you gotta prove that you can't provide them things.
Or a general plan analysis, right? That's the second reason, would be a general plan.
Right, so infrastructure or a general plan. Those are really the only two defensible reasons to declare a moratorium.
We only have $6,000 to do that plan. Well, right?
There are
We
sometimes,
have a better,
where you can get grants to help with things, but it's an expensive process.
Well, needless to say, I think we need to update our general plan, period. Okay, and
agree.
I think it needs to be done in ASAP.
And I think too, Councilmember, I think that what we do have right now, we do have the consideration of 2510, and I know that we need to get this, we need a discussion going on there, but what we have before us is this ordinance. And so, you know, and it's your decision to decide what to do about this, council, and so.
Is it an option to table
Yes,
this
I
until we
think-
can have a discussion about the general plan?
Well, that's your decision. That's what you guys are paid the big bucks for.
Well, if I'm paid the big bucks, then I'm just going to make a motion that we deny this ordinance.
Thank you, but let's,
I'm just,
Thank you, Brad.
that's my motion.
okay, we got a motion right now to deny the ordinance number 25-10. Do I have a second?
Can I ask a follow-up question? Can this?
Now, let's have some discussion
Can this
on
be
this.
brought back again later?
So if I may, just not to answer your question, in 20.
You need to get closer to the microphone.
Oh, thanks. Lindsay took my yelling chair.
Sorry. Gotta be on record.
So, the general plan is outdated. But in 23, the city adopted the integrated land use plan, and this area was shown to be low to medium density housing and residential. And I personally think that this is a medium density development. It's has the ability to help bring the infrastructure that the city needs on the hill. It has the ability to help fund the culinary water tank that will have to be on the hill, the secondary reservoir that will be going on the hill, the sewer expansion, and help with some of the park needs that the city has. And so, yes, the general plan is outdated, but we have a more recent document that shows that this fits into the land use plan that the Planning Commission and the council adopted.
So if you were interested in approving it, the planning commission recommendation and the general plan would support that decision. If you're interested in denying the recommendation, the general plan does leave enough ambiguity, as all general plans should, for you to make that decision as well.
If the ordinance is denied, then it would revert back to the R112,
It would remain R112, correct?
and the developer could go ahead and,
Yeah, and a PUD ordinance does anticipate applicability in an R112 area as well. So if the council wants to keep the base density low at an R112, which it currently is, and then apply density bonuses and other open space considerations, all you're doing is saying how many units you want to see on the property. That's all you're saying right now. If you want to see, 300, great. That's what it is right now. If you want to see 500, change it to the R18. That's it.
and if we were to look at the benefit cost of either of them toward the city, and I'm thinking just sort of infrastructure like parks and different things like that. What's the difference between the R112 and the R18?
So right now, it's really just a question of numbers. Like I say, if you want to lock in at the 300 base density, that's what it is right now. That's it. If you want to increase it to the R18, that increases it from 300 to about 500. And I'm just using round numbers. Don't take this to the bank, because there are other considerations like steep slopes and open space requirements and all these other things. So that's really what we're discussing. Now, if they were to apply for a PUD, which they've indicated they would, even if they got the R18, they would still apply for a PUD. That allows a more creative application of the zoning ordinance and allows some flexibility. So the number of units on the property will not change, but the number of units on the property will not change at the base density. What would increase the number of units is if they provided additional amenities and got additional points for those additional units, including affordable housing, which is approved in the PUD. Now, that's really the crux of the question tonight. That the PUD overlay would be a separate legislative item, and we'd go through a similar kind of public hearing. And at that point, we would have a development agreement to work with and chew on as well. So what you're really establishing tonight is the base density for the property, assuming that the developer, and they have indicated that they want to do this, wants to go with the PUD overlay.
But we vote on that, right?
That's what you're voting on. So again,
PUD?
Not
No,
tonight.
we're just voting right
Just
now
the
to
zoning.
deny, the motion is to deny the ordinance as it stands right now. That's the motion that Brett has made, but I'd entertain a second at this point on that motion.
I'll second it. Me.
Okay, motion by Brett and seconded by Lyle Vance. Let's see, I think it's you, Blair. You're up.
Blair, yes.
So you're denying it.
Yep. Bo, based off constituent feedback, yes.
Wes, yes.
Brett, yes.
Lyle Vance, yes.
Okay, the ordinance is denied. Thank you. We'll move on now to item E, pardon me. Discussion and consideration of adopting ordinance number 25-11, zoning parcel 05-200-0016 to multiple residential district RM16. So can we bring this up, bring everything up so we can see what we got?
So what's this currently zoned at?
Nothing, we just annexed it.
Okay, thanks.
This is the one that we did last time.
Right.
And the cemetery is just to the north. And
Across the road's what?
Sierra Homes is
No, but-
townhomes.
but what is-
RM16,
Same.
yeah. And we just rezoned the frontage of 100 East to be RM16, so this is just recommended for the
Lyle?
planning commission.
Mayor, can you get them all to, right, we need some order in here.
Hey, excuse me, we need some order in here, please. We can't hear the discussions that are going on.
Right.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jeff.
I can't remember. A
were
few
saying
meetings
about-
ago, we rezoned the frontage to be RM16 to match the townhomes or the density across the street on 100 East. And so the plan was to have this be zoned the same, to permit some development there along what is not in the floodplain of the Malata River, between 100 East and the floodplain.
I'll make a motion, we adopt ordinance 25-11. I don't want to live there, though.
All right.
I don't know how they're gonna put things where they're gonna, but that's why they buy it and develop it and make money, but.
That's it.
Make a motion, we approve it,
All right.
2511.
Motion by Wes, do I have a second?
I second it.
Seconded by Blair. Let's see, Blair, let's see, it's, Bo, you're up.
What's the difference between this one and the one we just did?
We're not changing the zoning, this has just barely been in.
This is
put into-
unzoned. This is unzoned and it's
It was
part of the city.
unzoned.
Which is what's across the
So we have to establish the zone.
Right,
Okay.
Okay, and that has not been done yet.
Yes.
we just annexed it in, it's not been
Thank you.
zoned for anything.
Thank you for the clarity. Yes.
West, yes.
Brett, yes, because we need to identify the zone so that we know how to hold people to what they build in the future.
Okay,
Lyle Vance, yes.
Blair, yes.
all right, motion passes, thank you. Discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 25-28, amending the professional services agreement with Blackthorn Media. Let's see.
Oh, nice.
Do you want to bring us up to?
If I could stand.
There, perfect, thank you.
Cool. Well, I got a little pitch deck here. Just
Why don't we come over here so they can hear you on the, there we go, thanks.
Yeah, well, it's been, if you hit the first click, let's see, okay, sweet, the video worked, awesome. It's been good working together. We're just having a good time doing all this video content for the city. Had some really good momentum on the different pieces of content all around. We've seen a lot of departments just loving what we're doing, but we have kind of, the reason for this is that we've kind of hit a little bit of a ceiling on capabilities within the current scope. And so where you guys have talked a lot of budget tonight, there's no decisions that need to be made. It's just a proposal on amending it to increase the output and number of deliverables. Because as of current, we're looking at, so here's some great successes. Sorry, we can keep it organized, apologize. So you can go back, those are just some screenshots of views and different things in the last one. So I think the arrow might go the other way, maybe. Maybe not, is Canva fighting you? There you go, perfect. And so, just some good interactions, great things, seeing you guys in the community. Obviously these have gone up, these are like 2-week-old screenshots. So just good momentum on controlling the narrative and being able to actually bring some positivity to city discussions, as there's lots of negativity. And so it's been good for a lot of those. And with the departments that we've been making content for, it's been driven mainly by the Parks and Rec department. And you can move up to the need perspective, mainly driven by the Parks and Rec department and guided there. But we've seen demand from, the police. We haven't even gotten a chance to get in with all of you city council members, which was part of the initial proposal, was to get in and share perspectives and video that will help educate citizens so that we don't have repetitive questions in city councils and things, that you can get messages out in a very clear, succinct way that are relevant. And so it's been a request per people we've worked with to have us come and do more and more shoots. And back in April, we had probably 4 or 5 separate days we came out and did shoots. And so within our current scope of that, basically it's $600 a month basically that we're doing. We can come out for a couple hours and shoot enough content to get about 6 to 7 short form videos. And so what that looks like on the back end, and this is the problem we face, is the hours that it takes to put together those one little video. Is we come and we shoot, that takes maybe 5 minutes to shoot the piece of footage. That's a 2-hour turnaround on the back end to edit, roughly, even with assistance of high quality software. And we've been doing this collectively between my wife Tessa and I for 15 years. So with that experience, it just takes a lot of time to be able to have this output on there. Not that it's not possible to do more, but it's mainly just the ideas with our current scope, and all these other departments are like, hey, I want this thing, can you come tomorrow? Can you come tomorrow? We've got multiple people pulling different places. We've kind of hit a max at the current rate. And so a proposal right now is to increase the number of scopes. If you go back to the table, right now you'll see currently we're doing about 6 to 7 short form. We're doing 1 shoot day, and we're going over that on most months just because we set a baseline with the meetings that we had with the team and people who've been driving the content production, this is about what we've been able to pull off, but we've been coming multiple times a month. In April, we came like 5 times. So, and we live out in Thatcher, so like this whole budget stuff, we don't really have a dog in the fight, so it's just interesting to observe from that perspective. But we do live close to town, and we love Tremont, and we love being here. But the departments and projects we can serve have been kind of limited and ad hoc, but we want to expand that and make it so it's more accessible to all the other departments to say the messages they need to, rather than just having Parks and Rec be the only ones that are dominating, or just the library or these other things. Because there's heavy hitting topics that are very important to get out and to communicate to the general citizenry. And generally when this type of service is tried to be tacked on to someone who already works at any organization, this isn't the private sector or public sector, it just doesn't happen. So it's nice to have people who can directly focus on it. So a little more on here. This is just kind of saying the same stuff for if you want a review on it. So this is just simplifying the look of it, but trying to increase output, basically doubling output on that, but also offering more shoot days and some, basically what it would be like is 2 shoot days monthly and then 2 that can be a last second call, if that makes sense. It's like, hey, we've got an important thing, or like, hey, there's this, for example, this annexation things. If one of you guys are like, hey, we need to make a video and get ahead of this right now, you text me and we're like, okay, sweet, we'll be there tomorrow, we'll make it work. And then we'll come out, and that gives you the flex that, hey, a random department has this thing happening, let's take care of it, versus back in April whenever we're getting texts from like 4 or 5 different people, and it's like, hey, we've already spent like 7 hours shooting. We've got 3 months worth of edits on our desk right now. That's where we're at right now. We're in editing queue at the moment. So we've got like 20 videos that are just waiting to be, that we're just chipping through at the moment. And we can increase that output, but given the budget constraints and cash flow piece of our business, we want to make sure that we're not stretching too thin. Granted, we do know you guys have talked budget a lot here. So I'm very conscious of that as well. So this is a proposal. It's not, we can keep going business as usual, no changes, that's totally fine as well. But let's keep moving forward just so you can see. This is a comparison to dive into of what this 15 to 20 short form videos a month, what that looks like if you were gonna have someone do that's basically a full-time employee's output. But we're doing it, obviously it's contract, you don't have to worry about having your own gear at the city, you don't have to worry about training, onboarding, W-2 expenses, extra salary expenses that are typically associated with this type of a professional. These types of people generally have bachelor's degrees, they're expensive to hire full-time. And so rather than doing that, like, that's why we do this as strictly as a service, because we have our processes, we have our workflows, we're very dialed in on this. So our proposal is basically half if you tried to hire someone full-time to get the same amount of output, and then you don't have to worry about all the extra HR elements with hiring someone full-time. So one more over, and again, this is just kind of what the rate is comparables, but for our the proposal to be able to get 10 to 15 short-form videos, 2 for sure shoots a month with 2 extra backup ones that we can make sure that we can come at any drop of a hat for like a next day type of shoot, that we can be there when we're around, and then make sure we can take care of those deliverables and serve more of the departments so that you can get more of that content out in the digital space, because it's had a very great reception we've seen. Everybody I've talked to that's seen a lot of the videos that we've created have appreciated that there is communication from the city in any form or fashion. A lot of cities just don't, right? It's usually the press that's able to do that. So the fact you're able to put something out directly from the city, have a solid narrative, be able to tell it right from your perspective rather than someone's slant. I think there's a lot of value in our community, and it started some really good conversations on things that matter, and probably gotten some more community engagement, which is always what's wanted, as you do things by the will of the people. And this is also a proposal that was for the people who were asking us in different departments. They're like, hey, we want you here more, we want you here more, and obviously we can only do as much as we can. So I open that up to questions for you guys. What is any follow-up? Happy to discuss what that looks like. Grill me. What do you got?
Right now, have you done the police, the fire, the library, the seniors, the food pantry?
We haven't even gotten to be able to get to those because we had
Is the mayor hogging up all the time?
The mayor we got, I think, what did we get? 3 videos with you, and that.
Well, where's all the other videos?
There are a lot in the Parks and Rec department, because
Oh.
that's who is in charge of that's who's driving the strategy right now is Kaya, and so she's trying to get in touch with a lot of people, but I think as she looks at it from her perspective, running the Parks and Rec department, she just kind of defaults to, hey, we got this thing going on, let's throw a video credit down on that. So
Don't we
that's
need to do that with the fire and police?
Well,
Totally.
and that's what I was
Absolutely.
going to mention as part of, if we were to do something like this, the idea is to communicate to the public, right? That is our goal. Meet the public where they're at. Prior to an annexation, put a video that explains the process of annexation, whether that's the city and towns and leagues and we reference them to it or whatever. Because I think a lot of times there's just misunderstandings between us.
Right.
Both the public and our role and et cetera. And the more that we can understand one another and get ahead of and use information, the better we can unite. And I think anything we can do to bring transparency is key.
Agreed.
Both ways.
I think it'd be great to, from our side too, making sure that we have a point of contact in those departments that we can make sure we're fulfilling on those for everybody, right? Because there is so many departments in the city. That's what we've noticed when we went through the brand book. You guys got like 12 departments and they all probably have something important to say. And so we've been able to probably get our hands on about 5. A little public works, little city directly. We're doing business features here and there to have some good community outreach, but as a broader strategy, making sure that every department gets that attention, like you're saying.
So what I would say is if we did something like this, it would be more city manager or mayor, influencing the content strategy than just the Parks and Rec
You're
department.
saying I'm going to be an influencer?
No, you tell the influencer where to
the
go.
famous.
It's a little
Nice.
different.
But the idea is.
What are the messages that we
I
need
like the idea.
our
of
people
we've
to
got,
know?
You know, a subdivision or we've got whatever.
Yeah.
And we talk about this plan.
The what and the why.
Plan. Yeah.
Here. Yeah.
And people love these, they like bite-sized content. People just don't want to sit and, like, when you guys are reading through a very, very long budget list, I don't know if you guys are this, maybe I don't know, maybe I shouldn't talk, I don't know the protocol and stuff, but I don't want to look at a 200-page document. Like, just give me the highlights, right? And so finding a way to do that would be good. So if Lyle can be the point.
That's what we say.
If you're point guard or if Bill's point guard, I'm cool with it. I got no problem with that. It's just making sure that where are we passing to, how can we help get the layup,
So the amending is just allocating more money to do more? What's the amendment?
Exactly. Increase output is the idea. So we've hit a ceiling. So we can keep going business as usual. I understand the budget thing there too. So it's something to chew on. No decision has to be made today, but a proposal.
So we're going from 600 a month to 2,100 a month.
Yeah.
That's what the request is?
Yeah.
I gotta say no. As a discussion right now, not this year.
I say we table it tonight.
Table it?
Personally. I motion that we table it
Okay.
for
All right.
another,
Look into this.
have some more discussion around it,
for
yeah.
it.
Due to the time of night, and I think there's some merit there, but it would be discussion, so.
Okay, so the motion is to table this resolution. Give ourselves some time for some
I'll
more
second it.
discussion. Seconded by Brett. Did you also second it, Wes?
Brett.
Okay, seconded by Brett. Let's see, we're back to you, Wes.
Wes, yes.
Brett, yes. Lyle Vance, yes.
Hilarious.
Bo, yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Another time.
thank you. All right, the consent agenda, we can
Thank you, Brett.
vote on all these together, if we want to do that. Adoption of the April warrant register and the financial statements. Discussion of adopting resolution number 25-23, accepting the development agreement for Union Townhomes. Discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 25-26, appointing Zach LaFever as the Community Services Director. And discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 25-27, appointing Jeff Sedal as a Community Development Director.
So those are,
We can look at these, we can break this apart if you feel like we need to.
those are title
Council.
changes.
Pardon me?
Title changes.
Title changes, yeah.
And as I looked on those title changes, as I looked at some of the other cities, it's the same direction that those other cities go as well. So it identifies kind of with what the standard is in in the area, if you
Okay.
will.
This is both a recognition of the work that is being done by these individuals already, as well as an establishment of a chain of command that helps with questions of questions and where they're directed and where that direction comes from. And so we feel like this is a good move for both of these positions.
We can vote on the consent agenda all at once.
Well,
council?
before we do though, couple of questions. On our expenses, Utopia, I'm just curious why we're paying a monthly bill to Utopia when we pay so much money to Utopia for those expenses. Why can't we just get?
I don't have an answer to that. Let me.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, we're paying $234,000 or something a month, a year. A year to support Utopia, and they're still billing us. I find that awkward.
I don't have an answer. I'll find it.
Yeah. Who's Forefront General? We had a Forefront General for $400,000.
The pump line replacement, you're the ones who got the bid?
They're the
Thanks.
one out on.
Okay.
Right.
Did we follow up on the Amazon cards
It's $500 a year that we pay in memberships.
for all the cards or just one?
All of our primes, is that what you're talking about?
Uh-huh.
It's $500 a year.
For all the ones we have.
All of our.
So that's not a monthly fee. Got it.
Okay, and then the last question is, on the last bill, I noticed we had 22 Zoom annual fees. Yeah. And so I'm wondering, we should really only have one, right? And two's okay, but I mean, anyway, I saw 22 annual fees on there, and I'm thinking, that's a little weird. Would you please?
And we'll find out.
Yeah. Those were the ones that were kind of red flags to me a little bit.
On that same vein, Mayor, if I may, we've taken the direction from the council, and there are a couple of contracts with Placer AI and with ClearGov.
Yeah.
We're going to terminate our contract.
Have you talked to them at all?
We did.
And
we're working through that process with them.
Good.
One wants me to schedule a call first so we can talk through it. I don't want a call.
And thank you for doing that.
No, it's.
Thank you.
makes
We
good
just don't
sense.
need those two. We just don't need those two contracts.
Okay.
Make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Motion by Lyle Vance. Do I have a second?
I second.
Seconded by Bo. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on now to the calendar items, review of the calendar coming up.
I better not use red.
Okay, the 17th, the final approval of the budget and the city offices. You can read through these as well as I can. Farmers Market on the second and the fourth Fridays. I had a great opportunity to go there the other night, and it was fun. It was a lot of fun over there. And I think the first one, there was a little better turnout. This one, there was some other things going on, and it didn't seem like that there was quite as good a turnout. But the get out was way successful. And so, let's see. Is there any unfinished business, council, that we need to
Well, before we
address?
go on, and I don't know that we can do anything about this. Have we got a planning commission meeting coming up on this Tuesday? Jeff, have we got a planning commission meeting come up this Tuesday? It's in conflict with the Box Elder County meeting on, for the fair. I don't know if you want to
Is
consider
this
changing it or
kind
not.
of the centennial
Yeah.
sort of thing?
Yeah, and it draws quite a big
It might
crowd.
be a kind of a big deal.
Yeah, and so you may want to consider changing that to, or just moving it to the next, or canceling that meeting, but then that will delay some of the things you're trying to do. But I'm just saying, that may be a good idea to move that because we wouldn't get quite the public input if they wanted to come. That's a suggestion is all.
Okay. All right.
Is there a meeting tomorrow night, too?
Oh, yeah, there is tomorrow. Oh, and that reminds me, there's a meeting tomorrow night and it needs to stay non-public, so we can only have 2 council people there. Are there 2 council persons that can attend that?
Can tomorrow.
I really should go, well, I should go to an obligation that tomorrow night, but
Bo, you usually go to these.
I'm not going to be able to tomorrow night.
If you want me to,
I'd
I
sure
can-
like to have some.
One of the commitments I made to my family was
Yeah.
X amount, and I'm far past it. So my 5 kids
I
are
just didn't know if
critical.
any of you guys had time to go to that meeting tomorrow night at 7.
What meeting?
It's an open house to discuss development.
County one?
No, city,
It's Tremont City.
at the senior center.
I can't go. I got an obligation tomorrow night too.
All right, then
We'll discuss.
I'll just cancel my meeting. That's fine.
Right. Reports, let's see, reports and comments. Bill, do you have anything else for us this evening?
Just 2 things really quick. First off, like I always do, I work with an incredible group of people. These people constantly inspire me personally to want to work and be a better human being and a better public servant. And I am honored every day to show up and work with these people. Just can't say it enough. They're fantastic to work with, and they really have dedicated their energy and their time to meeting the needs of our city. And it's an honor and a privilege to serve with them. The other thing is that I met with the inland port earlier today. Nothing new, really exciting going on there, but I did have some conversations with people that are looking at the Tremont and Little segment of the inland port, and on
Over
both
here?
sides of the question mark.
Over here by
Over
Eagle Farm
there,
over there
the
on
Eagle
by
Farms
Eagle
property.
Farms.
And so I've had some good conversations, and hopefully things are moving there. So more to come on that.
Let's see, DRC, anything to, are you holding DRC tomorrow? Okay. City Department Head, let's see, Chief Cordova, do you have anything for us?
Got a couple things. So one thing I just want to address had to do with some of the comments made. Just so you are aware, and it's more of an education thing for the public, Skylar has done an exceptional job of actually bringing down the cost of our fleet down substantially. I ran some quick numbers on my department while I was listening to the concerns of our citizens, and I've only been here for 3 years, but by my calculations, with the amount of grants, the amount of money we give back that we don't use to the city every year, and now the MRAP, if you put that all together, we've saved probably about $1,480,000 in 3 years. We're very responsible with our budget, and I just want to reassure the council, we treat that with the utmost respect. We're always looking to save. We brought in grants, and we'll continue to do that. So I just want to clear up that misconception. I know that a police department is very expensive, but it also brings safety. And the amount of statistical things we've accomplished as a department, I'd put it against any other department in Utah right now. I know we're on a smaller scale, but the amount of actual statistical impact we've made on our crimes is huge. 2 other things I kind of want to just give a shout out to my department over. They did arrest a child sex offender over this last week. And that goes back for a month-long or multiple month-long investigation. It's a big win, and it's a big win for the city. And it sucks to hear about this stuff, but these are the type of people we're taking out of our communities that come through our communities and are in sometimes positions of trust. And that wouldn't be possible without the council's support. So we greatly appreciate that. The staffing has been huge, and that allows my guys to have the free time they need to try to weed out these problems. So again, thank you guys, and we'll continue to do that. The other thing is we did have the drug distribution operation that we eliminated from our community as well. And this is all just within the last week. So
Outside of that, I just want to share my appreciation. I'm not sure who's running for election, but I wish you the best of luck, and thank you for your service if you are stepping out this go-around. So, any questions for the police department?
May I?
Yeah, sure.
Chief, I keep getting these reports, of these offenses, and I'm thinking, oh, what is going on here?
Yeah.
But I've been asking other cities, and it's going everywhere.
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
It's rampant, and so I just feel bad, and I feel sick that this is happening to our children and that. But thank you for being on top of it.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's our pleasure, and I know it's disheartening, and I recognize that. The good news is we are identifying those problems, we're removing them, and we're making the community safer. So, thank you, council. Any other comments, questions, concerns?
Just thank you.
Well, we just appreciate your efforts. We really do.
And I understand we had a demonstration, we're going to yield that tonight. You guys have had a long night, so I appreciate it.
Appreciate that. Okay, Chief Jarrell.
I only have a few things to add as well, just to second what Chief Cordova said. Again, we want to maintain or up our standards, which is my goal personally. I've only been here for a month and a half now, and I was able to put in for the competitive EMS grant with the Bureau here in the state. I submitted for $200,000 for a new ambulance that we asked money for. Hopefully they'll give us some money to help with that, and also $100,000 to help with retention of personnel and hiring. On the hiring note, we were able to hire 6 part-time staff. We're going to be starting our orientation the 23rd and 24th, and then also 3 full-time staff. 2 of those are paramedics with a combined experience of over 45 years.
Nice.
These guys are super experienced. They're competent guys that I personally have had the chance and ability to work with throughout my career as I've gone from department to department. And then another EMT advanced that we were able to hire. She's fairly new, but she's very sharp. She knocked it out of the water. Her scores were comparable to the paramedics. And so just 3 great people that we got full-time coming on. Looking forward and excited to having them with us. And then the part-time personnel that we're bringing on, same exact thing. Super sharp, super competitive individuals. And so we're excited for them to be coming on and just to keep moving our department in the upward and positive direction. So thank you.
Thank you.
Question, Jeff, is your full-times able to respond back for, multi-ambulance calls? Are they close? Or your part-timers?
Yes, some of them are, some of them aren't. So that's no longer a requirement to have them live in the
Not a
city.
requirement, but we need them.
But we do look for some of those. And so unfortunately, we don't have a big enough pool of people that are wanting to work in the service. Like as Lyle Vance mentioned earlier, it's just not there, which is why we're doing what we're doing. So otherwise, we'd have volunteers coming out of the ears, which I wish we had, but we don't. So. Okay.
Thank you. All right, let's see. Curtis, do you have anything you want to share?
Zach's out there. Do you want to get Zach?
Oh, Zach, I'm sorry, you were back there and I didn't see you.
How could you miss Zach?
Well, he was in a
He filled the whole
shirt.
doorway with his beard, hell.
It's a pretty glorious beard, I know, so. Council, thank you for your trust in me and in our department, and to be able to serve the community that we do have here. We feel we do a great job and try to meet the needs of our community and the residents that are here. Last Friday, we had the summer reading kickoff party, working with the library. We had about 800 people that came through. We felt it was a great success. I believe they had roughly 40 authors that were in attendance. And we had a great moving the park to close it up, along with a lot of other activities that happened. So it was a great community building event that did occur. I wanted to touch on Brett's comments a little bit about the general plan. We are working on the master plan for Parks and Rec.
And that goes right in hand with the general plan. So when our portion is done later this year, it'll be just ready to slip right in there. So that is a portion of that general plan, and trying to find the needs and meet the needs of our current residents and what needs to happen. With that being said, the needs assessment survey has concluded, and we're meeting with the survey company next week to go through those results. We'll have continued public outreach to continue to gain other thoughts and ideas, and this needs assessment was more of what they would like to see improvement-wise within the parks and within our programs, and as we continue to move forward. So the next phases will be conducting a existing facility condition report of our parks, of our amenities within those parks, and what condition those are in and what we need to improve those as well. Followed by that, we'll continue doing more public engagement based on the results of the needs assessment as we get those back. Program-wise, Youth Track is just finishing up. We had over 100 participants again this year. We are hosting the district meet here in Tremont, so we'll have people from all over the northern region, from North Salt Lake all the way over to Bear Lake, that'll come into Tremont for that track meet. Youth baseball started yesterday, and we have programs all the way from three-year-olds all the way up through 8th grade that can participate in that. Youth golf and pickleball start next week for those. There was some talk about public outreach tonight with Blackthorn Media. We've worked with them the last 3 months. We have been the first month trying to get involved. We've met several times with them trying to figure out what the scope was and how that would work. We've been the ones that, being in charge of kind of the public outreach for the community, we've defaulted to being in charge with that and figuring out how that would work. So we did kind of take over their time the first month, but we've also met with the front desk ladies, the Borgstrom Memorial they went down to. They've worked with the library. They've done several departments. The police department, I believe they're doing a recruiting video also. So within those 3 months, we feel that they have hit quite a few different departments and reached a lot of needs with that. We're also working with Bear River Live for community outreach as well, and they're doing a great job providing news of the events and some other things. So we have multiple options as we reach out to the community. So yeah, that's kind of what's going on with Parks and Rec world. So any questions?
I have one quick question from the town hall. It was asked on the survey. By the way, thank you and good job. You're doing an incredible job. On that survey, is there the ability to select multiple options? I think the feedback was that if I didn't like either of the options, can I do not applicable? That was just a suggestion.
Yeah, so mentioned by one of the people here in attendance today was that they got to a point and they couldn't move on.
Yeah.
Right, and so and I feel that was they weren't interested in any of the programs and put NA or something else, and that was, I think it may have been not the intent of the survey, how it was based, and the feedback we're trying to get on the interests, right? And so that may have been fallen through the cracks of, well, if there is no interest and we don't want anything, what happens then? We didn't foresee that, right? So we believe that at that point it didn't allow them to move on. Halfway through the survey, though, we didn't want to change that. Being halfway through. And so talking with the company, we felt it was better to go forward. And then with the additional public engagement, try to capture all those that may have fallen through. Regrettably, we did want everyone's participation with that.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Thanks, Zach.
Okay.
All right. Appreciate it, Zach. Thank you very much. Curtis?
I know you guys are super tired. I'm gonna make this really quick just because I need some clarification as we're trying to get through the budget. Earlier discussion, do you want us to put in money for a general plan into the budget? We're talking close to $100,000 that would have to go in as an expense item into
Have we
the
got
general
any,
fund.
have we, I mean, is that just a number that you,
No, that's a fairly.
that's a fairly good,
Reasonable number, and
can do a little
honestly,
bit.
I would not put it in this year, and we'll try to accumulate some grants.
okay.
Also, just so we're clear, if the city council has an idea of going through a moratorium concept, then we need to back off revenues for development fees. Will be a little bit of corresponding reduction for paying out for the contractor that reviews those, but we'll also back off like subdivision fees and things like that, so we'd have to adjust revenues down if there's some sort of idea
So-
that we're going through a moratorium.
So we don't have a decision on that. We do have the denial of the resolution, and that's probably about all we have at this point.
We're going through a moratorium.
No, I
No,
don't,
we're
I don't
not.
have an appetite for that.
No.
Yeah.
We
Just to clarify.
want to make
Yeah,
sure you
yeah.
understand, so that as we
We
come
just
to a final
denied
budget, that we're
denied the resolution.
Yeah, the first step is just if we're gonna get the general.
If we can get some money, yeah.
Before we go into a moratorium.
The other thing that might be interesting with regard to that is just more of a philosophical change in how we allow development to happen and where and when we allow zoning to change. We have the zoning in place. I mean, I think that the zoning that is in place was generally acceptable to the people that came. They just didn't want it any more dense than it currently is. So, and that's totally fair. That is, this is how America works, right?
is.
So, yeah.
All right, good.
Mayor,
Yeah,
if we fix the Meals on Wheels, we might have the 100 grand. I don't think might. I know that's where the money's
Yeah,
at.
it is there.
several.
You know, some of the counties take that on.
They do, and so Brigham City is going through the same thing we are going through, and that's sort of in the discussions we have with both Brigham City and Tremont, and it's sort of that feeling that maybe the county should take this over, and the county can be the taxing entity or whatever.
And the animals are in the same situation.
Yeah. All right, council reports. Let's see, where do we go? Let's see, Wes, do you have anything for us?
I have nothing, Mayor.
Okay. And let's not get too excited about going home yet. We have an RDA, so,
I know,
And we have to do a
but I,
closed session.
yeah, we have to do a closed session, so, let's see. Brett, do you have anything?
I'm sorry, but I've got to report on our meeting from last Thursday night. We had a town hall, went over the third pillar. We'll be going over the final pillar at the end of this month, and then we can start to roll those out. We had a full room, some good participation. And I think the thing I've enjoyed the most is we've had some good discussion, similar to tonight, and it was civil and kind and good and a lot of debate. So it was good. So I thank the citizens for showing up to these and supporting us and helping us try to develop a great plan for the future.
Good.
Nothing to report, just next meeting is my last meeting.
Well, we are certainly grateful for
Of
everything.
an era.
End of 10 years.
That's a long time.
It's a long time.
Wow.
It'll be good for everybody.
Especially you. I don't have anything either.
Sean Milne was gonna come tonight. We tabled that for later. He's gonna help in the same way that we've had a lot of feedback from everybody about their feelings on zoning. Industry is very important to us, and so being over the Economic Development Committee, not all businesses are alike. We saw that when the pig plant conversation happened a while back. So we very much want the public's opinion around that topic. And so please talk to me about the industry types that you would like to see here, and I'll go get them. So.
Well, given the timeframe, I only had a couple of things. We have Flag Day coming up on June 14th. It'll be at Schuman Park this year, and 9 o'clock in the morning. We had a very, very successful Memorial Day program on Memorial Day. And we had Senator Scott Sandel as our keynote speaker, and Reflections did some wonderful music, and we just had a great day. Ended up planting 79 pots, and we've got them planted over on Main Street, and appreciate the Public Works for everything they did to help get all of that taking place, and they've got, they're doing a good job of taking care of them. So that's all I have. Council, I think we need to go into closed session, and then we have an RDA meeting right after that. So
I'll make a motion, we go into closed session.
I second.
motion by
It'd be
Wes
short.
and seconded by